Well, hello there.
Hello. This is Tom Omega, and this is the INFJ Experience Live. And yes, I know it's a little bit late there, folks. I got here a little late today. I was a little busy trying to set a few things up. Now, listen, this is something new. I get the webcam here. I get the new microphone going today for the live. No longer am I on my cell phone. I'm not on my actual phone here. I am actually on my live broadcast right now. Looks like I have one watching right now. Believe it is one watching. And let's see how things go. Well, okay. So yeah, I just had a couple of things, had some adjustments to make, had a couple of things I had to do. Now, I did not advertise for this, people, only because I wanted to go live in this format. And hopefully, I'm doing okay. Hopefully, I'm doing sounding well here. This is the first time I've actually used a microphone and used the webcam as far as this goes. So this is new to me. Usually, it's always been through the phone. So now this is now right here on the live broadcast, doing it this way here. So I want to welcome all of you. And if you're new to the channel, my name's Tom Omega. Like I said, this is the INFJ Experience. If you'd like to add any comments into the chat, you can. I will be interactive. I will try to answer questions. We'll try to talk about things. I like to talk about self help. I like to basically talk about personality types, talk about issues that may concern your type, issues and things that may pertain to your well-being in life, let's just say. I like to think this is an advice hotline as well. Okay. So yeah, that's basically what I like to do here. And again, I've been going live on Saturday nights. I got a little bit of a late start tonight, but better late than never, as the old saying goes. Now, how does everything sound? Is everything sounding well? Can anybody give me some feedback as far as sound goes? How is the sound going? I don't have a sound check going, so I don't hear my sound. I can see that the microphone is going, so hopefully everything is going well. I'm hoping that it does. I'm hoping that the sound system is going well, but I can't get a sound of myself. Sounds superb. Oh, Tally Ho, thank you. Everything's sounding well. Tally Ho, hello there. I've actually seen your name before. Okay. This is the new setup I got here. I finally got the technology to go live and I got the whole setup going. So I want to thank you for your input. I was actually hoping somebody would give me some feedback on that. All right. Not like Jimi Hendrix feedback, not like that amplifier guitar feedback, but just a little bit of indication that I'm sounding well. Yeah, so hopefully we can have a chat going on if you'd like. Now, as you know, this is something new for me. For some reason, I can't quite get the sound going here. And I was hoping to get a little bit of sound. For some reason, I guess I would have to go into edit controls. I'm not going to do too much of that right now. I'd like to at least be able to do my own sound check. I can usually do that with my phone. I found out a way of doing that. Bottom line is, as long as it's sounding good, then that's a good indication. Well, it sounds like we have 7 watching. So that's basically it. So hey, the mic? Now, doesn't the mic just give it more of a professional kind of feel? I mean, you get the mic now. It's kind of cool. It's just there, and got the sound projecting. I'm looking into my webcam over here. A little bright. Let me see. Maybe let's try something here. How's that? You know what? That looks better. How's the lighting on that? Yeah. Hey, I noticed too. This is way more instantaneous now. From my end, I'm watching. I'm watching this live, and I see an instantaneous feedback on my channel here. I don't know what kind of delay you're having out there, but Tally Ho better sounds okay. Okay, thank you, Tally Ho. I appreciate that input again. Thank you so much. Now you like the light off better for you? I think that looks better actually. It was a little bright. I had the other light coming down here. So again, this is the webcam. Uh, but as you know, this is called the INFJ experience. So this this broadcast, like I said before, it's a lot of it's about that. We talk about our personality. I have been afflicted with the INFJ personality type, and being that it's the rarest personality type in the world, there's only 1 to 2% of the world population that has this affliction, along with mine. So we're a little rare. We're kind of a in small commodity, I guess you could say, in the world. So and not only that, INFJs. Uh, what is this? Okay, I'm just hitting something in there. Hopefully, I did the right thing. It was just a little blip came up. Yeah. So as you said, as I said before, yes, we're in a small commodity as far as in the world population. And being that the INFJ personality is a very complex um, personality, and there's a some amazing attributes to having a personality, but there's a lot of drawbacks. And in the course of the life of INFJs, typically these drawbacks and will impede on us at times. Yeah, and sometimes we have bouts of confusion, sadness, great depression, loneliness. There's things that happen in the course of our life that we have nobody really to confide in because we're so rare. And that's what we like to. But this is why I'm here. This is why we are all here for that reason as well. And being that yeah, we just need a place, a refuge sometimes, just a place to kind of go hang out with other INFJs and talk about things. Now, listen, you want to talk about other things? We can talk about Bigfoot. We could talk about aliens. Sometimes we get into like off wall discussions. Okay. We can get into a couple little things. I don't get too much political. I try to, if I was going to get political, I'd want that to be a political type channel for that. I try to stay away from certain things. Those are one of them. Okay. Tally ho, what do we got? I am most like INFJ, struggling in an INTI loop, living in my head. Need to develop SC extroverted sensing more. Yes, that's something we all struggle with. And yeah, and to be with people again. Been isolated. Oh, tally ho. I've talked to you before. I know I've seen your name before here on these lives before. So you're not totally new to here. But as far as some of these things, yeah, these are things we struggle with. As far as the NITI loop, it's one of those things that can drive you crazy. Sometimes it's a lot of it's about these unresolved plans. Sometimes you make a plan or you have a something you want to do, you want to attain, and but you're on the fence about it. You don't quite have a really good decision or grasp on it. I mean, being that we're long-term future planners, we're judges. We like to project into the future. We like to think of our long-term plans and goals. Typically, what happens is sometimes we're in conflict with our logic. Yeah, that logical side comes up with our dreaming side. Let's say we have goals. We have things that are almost far-fetched. We might call them unattainable sometimes, and but our logic has to kick in there and say we can't do that. Okay, this is not feasible. But your goals, your heart tells you to do wants to do something else, and then it's like no, but we can't. It's not feasible. Typically, that's what these feel like. These now I've gone through these many times in my life without even quite knowing what they were, without even knowing what they were called. I think before we even know who we are as INFJs, we go through these. And I think it's a matter of having discipline in your mind. You have to actually, in a sense, become rise to the occasion, and just basically be the parent. Something has to be done where if you're not wanting to commit on whatever it is you're trying to do, let's say, then you have to just tell yourself that this isn't happening. And somehow you have to have your better sense take over and just tell yourself that these impractical thoughts that are going through that keep bouncing back and forth. It's just a matter of disciplining it. It's a way of just working your mind. Things will eventually drop. All right. It all comes down to us and our mind. It really does. Just the discipline and how we handle these things. Basically, it's like being a parent. I put it this way. You got a couple of kids fighting in the room. You ever got kids? And sometimes you hear them in the room, they're trying to get to sleep and they're kind of bickering. No, I didn't do it. Hey, whatever it is. And then you have to kind of open the door and say, all right, you two, knock it off. Stop bickering, even though that they're going to continue it on. It's almost like you got to get it in there and break it up. It's just all about mental discipline. It really is. Okay. And as far as just getting out of your head and being like a little more extroverted sensing, that's another thing. All these things take discipline. Working on your extroverted sensing takes a lot of just focusing on your tasks. I do this all the time. Listen, our extroverted sensing is inferior, as you know. And you're absolutely right. It's something that we just have to be aware of. But being aware of who we are, understanding and accepting the fact that we have this personality and knowing that extroverted sensing is inferior to us. We basically have to almost really rise to the occasion. Again, it's about mind discipline. It's about focusing. Sometimes when I'm at work, I'm thinking about I'm thinking 3 steps ahead. I'm thinking about the job I'm going to do and how I'm going to complete it before I've gotten to the task that I'm trying to do. So I'm always thinking ahead. You really have to put yourself in the now. It's a focus. It's a mental exercise. And sometimes I used to have problems with things like I'd grab things without actually getting a good hand on them. You ever do that? You ever grab like a tool or a pen, but you do it quickly and you're extroverted sensing when you grab, you're grabbing it, but sometimes you have to coordinate your hands to get a good grip on it. I used to drop things. I'd grab a pen and I wouldn't quite get a good grip on it and I'd drop it. I'm like, all right, you really got to focus. It's like you have to really train yourself just to do that. Yeah, it's all about training and discipline. Okay. And as far as getting out there and you were isolated, trying to go with people again, listen, you got to consider too. I mean, yes, I mean, as you know, we're social creatures. We heal. Of course we do. We go into our bunker zones. We heal up all the time. But we have to at some point. If you're comfortable in your life, that's one thing. But also too, I'm struggling with this myself. Okay, tally ho, I'm actually struggling with this. Is trying to find people again. Now, I purposely, I mean, part of this channel is reaching out. I like to think that part of my lives, I go live once a week now. I mean, is it the same? Probably not. I'm sitting alone in my house. I'm in front of my computer doing this live in front of a camera. It's not like I'm with people, but I am. I am, but I'm not. It's kind of a paradox in a way. But sometimes, yeah, you just got to put yourself out there. I mean, even if you have to, I don't know if you have any friend groups, if you have people you like to see personally. If you do, maybe you just got to reach out sometime. But just know in the back of your mind, you have certain limits. You just have certain time limits. Knowing yourself, you can't spend 8 hours with people. You got to spend 1 or 2 hours with people. Just knowing you have shelf life that you have to deal with. And you don't put yourself out there as long. You don't put yourself out there and deplete yourself. You just got to, just know your limits. That's all. Okay. Oh, hey, we got a lot of, let's see. Vamp. Hello, Vamp. Looking good with the mic. Well, thank you. I told you last week I had some technical difficulties. I wanted to do this last week on last week's live. And so it wasn't working well. I wasn't getting it going. So I went on the phone. I think I explained that last week, but today I got it right. It was just a matter of downloading Chrome and making it a default browser. And after I did that, it was like, okay, here it is. All right, I'm talking through the webcam and I'm on the microphone like I wanted to do. So these are little steps, though, little steps that I'm figuring out on how to do things. That's all. And so it's good to hear you. It's good to see you out there, Vamp. And this is a little bit of a late. This is definitely a late start for me as far as coming out here doing live. But yeah, but we're out here now. Yeah. So tally ho, better sounds better. So hopefully, like I said, that we're sounding good then. So uh, going to see s- uh, going to see Snow Patrol. Just feeling called. Snow Patrol. What are we talking? Snow Patrol. Up here in the Northeast, it's we're getting into spring. It's starting to feel like summertime. Unless I'm not sure. Unless you're on the southern hemisphere of the Earth. That is. That's amazing, Tom. That's all right. It's a baby step, but awesome. Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. Hey, I think it's cool. Look at that. I got the mic down. I feel like it's cool. I mean, I'm just talking on the mic, and I know the mic sounds really good. Somebody told me it sounds awesome. I mean, it's sounding good. So now, eventually, like I said, I'm going to try to get some software where I can actually talk to people on the phone. Where we can, there's ways of doing things. But again, these are baby steps. I got this is going here. Now I don't have to worry about my phone dying and have to keep plugging it in like I used to before. Remember that, Vamp? You know what I mean? So, oh, it's a band. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I didn't know that. So Snow Patrol is a band. Okay. Hey, I didn't know that. There's so many bands out there. Look, you know what? I like to keep current on some bands and some things going on, some current events, but I can't keep I can't keep up with everything. There we go. Put that pen away. It was driving me nuts, you know what I mean? So okay, so it's a band. I would imagine they're a rock band, they're a pop band, something like that. I would think. So they're from Northern Ireland. Oh, they're Irish. Like you too, I would think. I know you too is like probably the biggest, one of the biggest names in that as far as the Irish bands. The Cranberries. My kid told me the Cranberries were another Irish band. That was that. They had that female singer. I think something happened to her some years ago. So yeah, I'm slowly clearing the desk here. My friend's son doesn't want me to play games, but I tell him I'm distracted and will lose motivation. Oh, okay. All right. The Coors was Irish. Oh, the Coors. Okay. I don't think I've heard of them either. You got to remember too. I'm a little bit of an old guy. I grew up a little bit. I grew up some years ago, so I don't have a lot of. No, hey, listen. Not that I don't like newer bands. I don't have a lot of exposure to some of the new stuff. That's what happens. Sometimes when you get older, you're stuck in a rut with the music that you grew up with. If like my generation was like from the 70s, I'd say mid 70s through the 80s. And I listened to a lot of my brothers heavily influenced me with different music as well. I mean, all 70s stuff. And I had a brother who loved the Beatles. And I got heavily in my brothers like the Beatles and stuff. I still like the Beatles. Now they're one of those bands that's universal. I mean, the Beatles were the first ones. I'll look them up. Oh, the Moors, the Coors. Yeah, there you go. See, Tally Ho's going to look them up now. They're more of a 90s, I believe. Oh, a Coors are from the 90s. Okay, well, that's good to know. That's good to know. I went to see Sting last night. Oh, Sting. Now tell me, Tally Ho, are you from England? I mean, I know Sting is unless he's touring in the United States. I don't know where you're from. What country? Oh, in Atlanta. Okay. All right. Thank you. I didn't know that. I know that usually, typically, you're saying you're seeing these bands. I know a lot of times these English bands spend a lot of time in England. They spend a lot of time in the place they're from. So I live north of Atlanta. Okay, you're from Georgia. Yeah, nice. Georgia peaches, huh? Hey, I like me a good peach sometime. You know what I mean? So that's good to know. And I am from the wonderful state of New Hampshire, as you all. I've mentioned that before. Yeah, that little state. If you look at it on a map, you got to kind of squint to see it. It's a little tiny state, New England. You kind of miss it. You have to say, "Oh, there it is. Oh, there's a big Lake Winnipesaukee in the middle of that state over there. Yeah. But hey, it's my home too. I love New Hampshire. So, like I said, my music taste is all over the place. Yes. Yes. You told me that before, Vamp. So was mine. Um, there's certain times in my life I love classic rock. I love a lot of different, pop rock, things like that. And occasionally I like classic country. I'll even listen to classical. I've told you I'm all over the place as well. I love music. Yes. That's something if we're all INFJs, that's something we connect with as well. Being that we are now I'm going to tell you a little something about that. I mean, it's something that I've noticed within myself being INFJ, being that we're afflicted with this whole thing here, but being INFJs, we tend to, let's say, we like we're feelers. As you know, we have empathy. We've got our we've got our feel, and typically music is very very emotional. I mean, now there's so many wide ranges of music. You got thrash metal is very angry, very, very angry. I mean, we know that. Some of these are very angry stuff. But then you have some music that's very soft and sentimental. You got love songs, you got breakup songs, you got you see what I mean? You got those story songs, but all of them, the music has a certain melody about it and it invokes emotions. Okay. And being that INFJs are empaths and we feel emotions. Now we connect, we don't just hear our music. Okay. Well, excuse me. We're not just hearing our music for the most part. I mean, we connect with it. We bond with it emotionally in a sense. We're feeling the vibrations of our music, and so we connect that way with our music. That's one of the beauties of INFJs, and this is one of the reasons why we have such a deep connection with our music. Now, listen, I'm basing this on my own experience because I've had certain music tastes over the course of my life as well. And yeah, that's what I did. I had certain rock bands. There were certain albums, certain bands that I they were my go-to bands, and they still are to this day. Certain ones, certain albums that are will never be replaced. And I go and we turn to these albums from time to time. And when we want to evoke a certain memory, certain emotion, certain feeling with that empathy we all got. Yeah, we put on that favorite music of ours just so we can relive it because it's predictable. It's something that we can plan. Is That's another thing too. Typically the world is chaotic, isn't it? I mean, you walk outside this door and you go to a grocery store and you're picking up a lot of different vibes. And being that we're empaths, we're picking up vibes, picking up emotions, which are it's unpredictable. You don't know who's doing what. You don't know what you're going to be feeling. So you're kind of always on guard, whether or not we know this or not. We're on guard in our life because we're going into different places and we're having to absorb these things or detect them, and we have to deal with them. And if they're toxic and they may drain us. Not our music. Our music is something that we can plan for. We can regulate this. We can put in these emotional highs and lows of our music whenever we want, whenever we want. You see what I mean? So that's one of the beauties of it. That's one of the massive beauties of it. Okay, I'm going to read some of your comments, people. Okay, I tend to talk a lot. You know what I mean? Well, go figure. I'm on a live. I kind of have to, right? Actually, the best peaches come from North Carolina. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I love music. Yep. Okay, we got that. The best peaches are from NC, huh? All right. If you say so, I'm not going to dispute that. Yes, and Genesis. Oh, Genesis, the band. Okay, I'm going to guess because sometimes we have another somebody who joins these chats, these live chats. His name is Genesis. So I know you mean the band, but the band Genesis. You mean the original one with Peter Gabriel, or the one when Phil Collins took over the band? Either one's good. Phil Collins took it over. He did all right. Peter Gabriel gave it that flair. Let's just say he was unique. You know, uh, like music with a lot of depth and many instruments. Really? Okay. Tally ho. Wasn't into metal. What's your favorite metal band? Um, as far as metal bands, listen, this I'm not a huge metal guy, but there are sometimes I'm in the mood for like really good hard rock. I mean, occasionally I like hard rock. AC/DC is pretty cool. I know they're a classic rock band from the down land down under down there too. They're one of those Australian bands. Metallica is pretty cool. Okay, go ahead. Beavis and Butthead, you know. You could say Beavis and Butthead's favorite bands. I got into Iron Maiden a little bit. I tried to get into Iron Maiden. Um, but again, I'm not like really into super heavy metal. Van Halen is pretty cool. I mean, Van Halen is another metal band. In their prime, they were another good band. I had friends of mine growing up in the 80s that were like they worshiped Van Halen. Van Halen was like their, that was their band. You know what I mean? I had a lot of friends like that. But then growing up through the 80s, there were tons of bands that just everybody had a certain band they loved. My favorite metal band that really did that's really difficult on them might be This Moment. Oh, okay. This Moment. What does that mean, Vamp? My favorite metal band that's really difficult on them might be in This Moment. Okay. I'm not sure if you mean the name of the metal band is This Moment or both. Yep. Okay. Definitely told my partner recently because he was wondering, did I have a song in his playlist? I explained to him it's because it holds memories for me. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And we'll never give those up. These are lifelong. We've accumulated these soundtracks since we were children. When it evoked a certain memory, an emotion, it touched us. These songs touched us. These albums just drew us in, and we never gave them up. Now, this is how I am. And I figure we're all like that. Okay. Just knowing our history about loving music. Yeah, definitely. Uh, oh, the band is called In This Moment. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Thank you, Vamp. I didn't know. Hello, Hidden. Hey, Vamp. Hey, is Hidden out there? Hey, Harp's out there. How you doing, Hidden Harp? I know I got a little bit of a late start. I may not work for someone from Metallica. Oh, may not work for someone, but from Metallica. Not really into the Metallica. Black Sabbath, huh? There's another one. They're like one of the first like heavy metal bands was Black Sabbath. Of course, you had Ozzy. He just passed away not too long ago, too. Uh, I'll check them out. So In This Moment, and that's a metal band. Now, are they an Australian band by any chance, Vamp? Is that what they are? Are they from where are they from? I mean, obviously, too, you've got many bands from everywhere. I don't know if they're American, if they're from down your area down there or whatnot. Excuse me. Excuse me. So actually, I'm kind of digging the whole setup. It's about time. I got this whole mic thing and everything. And it's like, now I got it used and I'm working it. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, I like the camera. Hey, I'm not bottom line is I'm not on the phone camera anymore at the time. So that's good. Yeah. Hey, we have 10 watching. Hello there, 10. They have a female lead from LA they're an LA band. Okay, is that what it is? So they have a female lead singer. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of bands I've never heard of. There's newer bands. Listen, as long as as long as it's rock and roll, I mean good rock and roll, I'm cool with that because there's so much like pop that's out there. There's a lot of music that sounds very, very generic and very pop, and it just doesn't appeal to me. Sometimes you hear it in restaurants, as background music, the newer stuff. It's not rock and roll. It's just kind of it's pop, and I'm not really crazy about it. It's kind of bubbly. It's kind of a little bit fruity. It ain't my thing. But you do occasionally get some good metal bands and still traditional rock and roll bands now. But I'm really not privy to a lot of the new ones though. So okay, so what do we got here? They've female band. I'm going to see Train, a band in Atlanta in July. I've heard of Train. I've heard of them. I do believe. Hey, we have Jethro. Jethro, he's in the house. Personality pill. Hello, chat. Hello, Tom. Hey, me and Jethro had a talk earlier. All right. Yeah, we had a conversation. Yeah. We talked for a bit. Just talked about all sorts of different stuff, you know. I've gone through a lot with and they were always in the background. Okay. Oh, okay. I've gone through and they were always in the background. Hello, Jethro. Yes. Hello, Vamp, and everyone. Everyone's coming on in here. All right. I told you, hey, look at Jethro, man. I got the mic going. I got the whole deal going. Look, it was easy. I just had to do a little research. I mean, it stuff that was like really difficult for me a few weeks ago. I'm like pulling my hair out saying, how do I do this? Where do I go to find out how to do these things? I find a couple tutorial videos. It's like, oh, this is easy. Once you figure it out, it's like, all right, you know what? It seemed like it was so damn difficult, but it was actually pretty easy. And I finally got it going. So, but that's good. But bottom line is like Vamp said, baby steps. Things are happening. All right. But it's just cool to have the whole boom going here. The mic is right here, and I guess it sounds really good. It's as long as it sounds good and looks good and all. But hey, that's awesome. Call all angels and drops of Jupiter. Drops of Jupiter. There's something, huh? Yes. Hello, Jethro Vamp and everyone. Definitely know the drops of Jupiter. Yes. Okay. That's awesome. Um, it sounds good. You learned really quick. Yeah. I mean, I exactly like I said, I had the couple things I was gonna do. I kind of had an idea. I just watch a couple tutorial videos. It's like, all right, it's simple as me downloading Chrome and then setting it as a default browser. But for me, I'm telling you, maybe that's super easy for somebody who's just knows computers and me. Like I said, I'm kind of old fashioned and I'm learning things. It's like teaching an old dog new tricks. You know what I mean? You know the old saying, can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, this is an old dog right here. You know what I mean? And he has no choice but to learn a few new tricks, if you know what I mean. So, but I think I'm doing all right. Hidden. How's your week? How's my week? You asking me? Um, oh no, you're asking Vamp. Okay, I'm sorry. You people, you got your own little click going on. Excuse me. Don't let me interfere in your conversations. I'm sorry, people. It's all right. Yeah, but if anybody out there that's new, if you're flipping through here and you're brand new, if maybe an algorithm has guided you to this broadcast, I want to just ask you something. Say introduce yourself, say hello, and if you have a question, if you have any questions about your personality, your type, maybe something bothering you, something that's eating at you, an issue, something, let's talk about it. Okay? That's what we're all about. I want you to feel like you're safe here. This is a sanctuary. This is a place that you could go. It's a place of refuge. Okay? And I'd like to think that I'm going to start trying to do these lives. I might come up with a regular time and a place in like that's weekly that we can rely on. And it's going to be Saturday night. I like literally the Saturday night lives. You see what I mean? I was a little late tonight, but that's okay. Better late than never. Okay. My week has been pretty interesting. It's been a lot of details. That's good to know. You felt really good when you did. Oh, okay. And everyone. All right. Hidden. How was your week? Okay. Everybody's just kind of getting a little bit acquainted with how their weeks are going. That's wonderful. I love that. Yeah. But today I took a 3-hour nap. Full moon energy. Oh, is there full moon out there? Tally ho? Tally ho. All right. I like that name. No, sick though. Okay. Oh, hello there. We have a new name that just came up. Crystal Rodriguez. I'm going to call you Crystal. Hello there. And hi, algorithm led me here, originally from Brooklyn, New York. Ah, algorithm. Nice to I'm glad you joined in. Brooklyn originally. So I take it you're not there anymore, but from Brooklyn. Yeah. Hey, I'm originally from the Boston area myself. I mean, I don't live there anymore, but I know how that is. But originally born in San Diego, California. And I mean, but I haven't grown up out there. I haven't been there in many, many years, probably better than 40 years even. So I know how that thing goes. Hey, grew up in the Boston area. Yeah, grew up rooting for all those Boston teams and all that good stuff. I know there's a bit of a rivalry that goes on between New York and Boston, but it's funny hidden. I was talking. Oh yeah, uh, E- ENTJ personality, Phil. Oh right. Yeah, but let's see. Not really a whole lot went on. Listen, my week was good. I mean, I just kind of did my thing. I went to work and kind of, did my routine, did my shifts every night, did my thing. I kept thinking though, this was bugging me. Like you want to talk about the NITI loop? This actually just putting together this little production that I got right now took a lot of thought just for me. And I'm finally glad it worked though. It's really just made my night. If you wouldn't believe it. Just being on the mic and being on this webcam, it really means a lot. Just knowing it was that easy. So it makes me think that finally though, things are progressing. Things are happening. That's all. Okay. Um, summer summary of my week. Received my first professional message. Joined a new gym. Still dating. Gonna be supervising soon. Got a raise and utilized health insurance. Gosh, Hop, you sound like you had a great week. A lot of things are going on nice there. Joined a new gym. What happened to the old gym, huh? Did I mean I don't know whatever happened, but you got a new gym going, huh? All right, that's awesome. Uh, so good for you, though. You got a raise and gonna be a supervisor soon. Listen to you. You're gonna be a big boss, huh? All right. You're gonna roll with an iron fist, huh? No, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Yeah. Well, it's good to see some new faces coming on in here. It really is. Yeah. So if anybody wants to join in on the chat, if you're new to this channel, say hello. Say hello, and I'll say hello back. Okay, I really will. Old Jim has a old Jim has a racist. I don't want to be around gossipers, narcissists, and other types of toxic people. I'm protecting my energy. Oh, I see. It's just a toxic environment for you. A racist, huh? Gosh, I don't like those people. I mean, I really don't. People should listen. I work blue collar jobs. I mean, I've dealt with all sorts of people. Sometimes you got to deal with people. You got to kind of deal around with them. And listen, I mean, I've cracked jokes before. I mean, I think we've cracked little off wall jokes through the course of our life. I mean, some of them you got to understand that sometimes we've gotten very sensitive to things like that. But you know what? If people are genuinely toxic and they're just not nice, you kind of know the difference between just talk, just being dark humor, having little dark humor here and there, versus really people that are just not nice. And if you're not getting good vibes in a place, then hey, you don't have to be there. Okay, you really don't. All right. I guess that's what it's all about. I mean, I tolerate a lot of stuff. I mean, you can't just avoid these people, Harp. I mean, you can't just like be in a different area and just like kind of ignore them. I mean, it's that bad. Do we had to get a new gym? I mean, it must have been that bad for you to have to just get another place to work out. That's too bad. You know what I mean? Really is. Hidden. Do you feel healthier? Vamp, I feel like I'm almost have a new body. Well, let's just hope that, sometimes the thing is this. You might think you got a new gym, but who's to say there isn't just a new somebody there? A new a new toxic somebody. The thing is people are people, you know? I mean, how many times have you said, you're gonna get a new job. You don't like your boss, you don't like your coworkers, you get a new job. And then guess what? You might have a boss that has their own quirks that you don't like about them. Like the cast usually changes, but the people are the same. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I hope that doesn't happen. But sometimes just changing the scenery, and sometimes you think the grass may be greener. You find out that the grass is just the same shade. You know what I mean? On the other side, or sometimes occasionally you might find greener pastures. You really might, but sometimes it's just human nature is what it is, and there's things you have to deal with, you know. But hopefully things go well for you. Okay, Tom, I'm very observant. I know when people are hiding their true characters behind sarcasm, or I'm just kidding. Tally ho, yes, I feel great, and it's keeping me in the protective. All right, that's awesome. Awesome. We've got a one 4 night, a little spoiled, but that can't fit into a budget. Need to be a full. Okay, nice. All right, yeah, um, yeah. Hidden. All depends on the fortnight. Okay. Someone told me that my eyes have changed. My eyes have changed. Huh? Oh, all right. There you go. All right. How did your eyes change? I mean, what were they before? I mean, did they change color? I mean, how do your eyes change? Oh, want to hear a story? I got a little story for you, people. This is nothing, not a big deal. Okay. Now I went to get my eyes checked. I wanted to get a new pair of glasses. As you can see, these are getting old. These are still working. They're actually not bad. They're just old. They're a little bit outdated. I've had them about 3 years. So I drove to Concord, New Hampshire to get my glasses checked. So I'm going down a little side road. Now there's tons of side roads up here in New Hampshire, bunch of little areas, bunch of them. And of course, there's a lot of small town cops up here. So I'm driving down a road. Now, this is my own fault. I see well ahead of me. I'm on a straightaway road and I'm looking beyond where I am. And I see a car, like it looks like a large SUV, and it was on the side of the road. Now, my common sense, I should have listened to it. Said that's a cop up there. There's a cop up there. Is that or is it just that? But then doubt came in. Like, nah, that's just somebody's car parked like that. Because I couldn't see anything. I couldn't tell it was a police car. But my better half said, hey, you know what? Slow it down. I mean, it's a cop. Nah, it probably isn't a cop. Meanwhile, I'm like I'm speeding. It was a 30 mile per hour zone I'm in, and I was going a little fast. And then as I got close to the car, I see the blues come on because he clocked me before I passed him. He's like, oh my, oh, it was a cop. And then I'm thinking to myself, I knew it. I should have slowed down half a mile ago because I saw the car, you know? And I'm like, then I'm kicking myself like I knew it. And I still ignored my better half. So he pulls me over. He puts the blues on, he follows me, he pulls me over, you know. So he comes up and he's like, "Yeah, we clocked you at 46 miles an hour in a 30 zone." And he was a good cop. He was cool about it, you know. Can I see a license registry? I give it to him. So I'm thinking I haven't been pulled over in well over a year. It's been a long time. And I don't have any, I'm not a bad driver. No violations. I don't have any speeding tickets, nothing like that. So he just looked it over. He came back within 5 minutes. Oh, by the way, he tells me, he says, "Oh, do you have anything? Are you going somewhere? You got any appointments?" And I told him, "Well, I was going to go get my eyes checked. I need glasses." So that was the first thing he asked. Then he went and did his thing, and he came back within like 3 minutes and said, "Listen," says, "here you go. You're all set. Just please slow down, okay? Especially in these zones." So he gave me a warning. All right. So, but bottom line is, I'm late for my eye appointment. And I was like maybe 5 minutes late, maybe going on 10 minutes, and they already couldn't take me. I guess they said, well, you're late and we can't do it now. If you had been here on time, we could have because I'm like, I understand. So I had to get another appointment for like 10 minutes because I got pulled over basically. So I guess that's the highlight of my day. I got pulled over today driving to get my eyes checked. How about that? But the funny thing is, my eyes told me that was a cop. And again, I knew better. I knew it, and I didn't listen and slow down, even to myself. So with things you got to learn. You really do. If you think you've seen a cop up there, it's best just to look at the speed limit and bring it down. I mean, I could have very well gotten a ticket. I mean, if he didn't like me, maybe if he didn't like something about my car, didn't like me, I could have very well have gotten what, $100 speeding ticket right there. Something I didn't want to have to deal with. But hey, it is what it is, right? So anyway, that was my day right now. Someone told me the eyes have changed. I had a neuromuscular neuromuscular full body massage, and I'm definitely gonna make it a habit. Oh, gee. Oh, I have a ton of knots, and the lady fingers were cracking, uh, type tying to get me out. Oh gosh, people tell me that. People tell me that I stare. Oh, of course you do. Of course you have a stare about you, Harp. That's kind of part of your signature. That's who you are. Okay, we all got that. Okay, we all got them piercing eyes, and I know because that's who we are, right? Hidden, haha. The Chinese ladies always tell me that. Got knots in my shoulder. We're talking about full body massages, huh? Are you kidding? Really, huh? Okay, full body massages. Yeah, but anyway, that was the highlight of my day. That was, I mean, I don't know if you can call that a highlight, but it was just that's what happened on my way to the doctor, eye doctors. That's all. Well, we have between 6 and 7 people watching right now, so that's good. That's basically the core. We got mainly the core coming on in here. All right. I want to try that next. All right. I haven't had a massage. I don't know if I've ever had a massage, you know? I really don't know. I don't think I've ever had one. Yeah. I mean, I had a girlfriend years ago who used to like to scratch my back. She'd rub my back and my shoulders sometime. A couple times that happened, but been a while. So, yeah, but anyway, people, so it's good to see everybody's coming in here. I mean, one thing about one thing about our personality type that I can honestly say though is that having the INFJ personality is the fact that we never stop learning, you know, and sometimes, occasionally, we never stop learning from other people. Now, sometimes, if you connect with the right people that are interested, and sometimes your conversations you have with certain people can bring out really they can bring out certain conversations. I've learned that that certain people enrich you. They can really you know enhance you as far as just things that you talk about. I've also learned that sometimes if you're a good listener, if you just listen and people are willing to talk to you as you listen, sometimes they just start having things come out, and they teach themselves in a way things that are in there that they want to like get out, and they just start kind of filling in the blanks on their own. I've noticed that happens sometimes when you have certain conversations, and then you start realizing that, yeah, you start learning little things from people, now, especially with people that are very concerned. I mean, INFJs tend to be the type of people that are good listeners. They're really, they want to help. They want, they're hands on. They want to make sure that people around them are, doing well. You know, having they're doing well. They're in good harmony, as the old saying goes. But in the course of, like, especially since I've started this channel and since I've started having you out there, some of my good friends out there, I gotta say. I mean, I start to see things like that happen where I see the I see the inertia effect where there's a certain, you light up, you know, like when I do these lives. I mean, I feel things light up in there, because I see some of the familiar names out there, familiar phrases, and you're like old friends. It's like you're picking up where you left off last week, and I see you again. And I tell you, it kind of lightens you up a little bit. I can imagine from some of your comments out there because you chat amongst each other, and I see that whole chemistry going there. You know, so I think I just want to tell you that's great. Okay, we're talking about, what are we talking about here? Crystal. Even when we cannot, we'll connect with the wrong people for a very short period of time, we learn quickly what not to be. INFJ's superpower equals seeing right through people through listening and watching others. Crystal, you fit right in over here with stuff like that. I take it like you said, your algorithm led you here. And with comments like that, you understand. Yeah. that's definitely very true. That's a superpower. Okay, seeing right through people, through listening and watching actions. Exactly. Yeah, that is one of our superpowers, I guess you could say. Yeah, yeah. But I had an interesting discussion earlier today, and I basically, it was basically I found out that um something was pulled out of me. I just as I was talking, revealing things in the discussion, it seemed to be that um I tend to, let's say, I think I put my I became stoic and very logical because I as a young man, a young boy, whatever it was, I noticed I was very sensitive. Not typical. That's typical of INFJs. We have a sensitivity. Now, being a young man with a sensitivity, being crying fairly easy because of our empathy. Now that can be a burden. That can be trouble in a way, because boys aren't supposed to cry. I mean, not only that, I mean, even girls. I mean, just bottom line is when you're too sensitive, and it's sometimes it can be not good for you. It can just be a bad look for you. Okay. Because they always tell you toughen up. This is a rough world. You're supposed to be tough. You're supposed to have some backbone, and you don't cry at the drop of the hat. And here we are being INFJs, and how do you work past that? Now, what I had found out is that I didn't even think of it. I felt like overrode my I tried to overrode my feeling side, my emotional side, by focusing more on my logic, being highly more, let's say, logical with unemotional. And I tried to kind of squelch that whole thing. I mean, yes, it was the FE, it was that whole empathy, but I feel like I overdid it a little bit. Like I had no choice but to kind of hide that up. Now it was always there. I'm still sensitive. I still have my moments, believe me. But I noticed that also part of me had to overcompensate in a lot of ways. I feel like I overdid it with my FE. Excuse me, my TI. My introverted thinking kind of became like the I tried to put that as almost my primary function in a way. Sometimes I think we do that. Well, we take our functions, we have our main ones, our intuition, we have our FE, of course, our extroverted feeling, and our third one, and that's our introverted thinking. And I think at times, I think we can supersede some of these. Like we'll start putting a higher emphasis in some of these other functions in order to compensate and try to drown that, let's say, that sensitive side, that empathetic side of us. And I says, that's what that was. It was explained how that's what I've been doing, and it made a lot of sense. Okay, I want to thank Jethro for you know conversation I had with Jethro earlier today, and he brought that out. We had a long conversation, and that came out, and I said, he picked up on that, just said that, okay. So I mean, I think that's a lot of times this is how we discover about ourselves. This is a lot of times how we have to kind of look into our own history and see how we adapted, how we yeah, how we had to adapt is what I said in life to certain things. Okay. I will keep the water low because every time I take a bath, I fall asleep. Oh, come on. What are we talking about? Baths? Oh, no. I'm going to do that at home after LOL. Hidden, do you have an option? Oh, okay. I see the chats going back and forth over there. That's great. Yeah. So anyway, that's what happened today. Just thought let you know a couple of things going on. Hey, this whole format, I'm looking at the screen now. I mean, it's so much different that having it streamed right in. The whole thing is different. The whole computer is just great, you know. So really digging this whole new format here. Oh, just so I had to do a little bit of I had to do a, I had to enter a few things in. I mean, as far as like now, listen, people. I mean, I'm still in the works. I'm at a point now where I'm able to enter the partners program in YouTube. Yeah, I had to do a little bit of paperwork and get signed up. So eventually I'll be able to start doing those things I've been trying to do right along. I've been trying to tell you that I was gonna try to do a little more marketing, maybe do a little bit more, you know, things with as far as just setting up, like getting shirts and mugs, and I don't know. Again, things I have in the works that I'd like to do. Okay, so they call that the partners program. Just able to do little things a little different, and I'm still not quite ready to get into the whole ad revenue. That's a little bit more in the future, but still, it's the steps are there as well. I've entered into that as well. So again, it's a just things I'm having. Things are just starting to unfold with the YouTube channel. I mean, listen, people, it's been a year. It's hard to believe it's. I've been here a year, and listen, I want to thank most of you out there. Listen, I have my breakfast club out there, and you're here right now. You're here with me. And some of you people, you mean a lot to me. You've been here for many. You've been here for quite a while, supporting me right along, and I want to thank you all for that. I really do. Thank you for supporting the channel, being there. So, but anyway, no, that's fantastic news. Thanks, Fox. Yes, Vamp. That's pretty much talking about metal early and pretty young, but Deftones, Limp Biscuit, Corn, Lincoln Park, Blitz 22, 32. Panmora, Ever Since and Loathe. Hey, anybody like Alice in Chains? Now, listen, I got to tell you something. I mean, their music is okay. I mean, I don't think, but I thought that name was so badass. Alice in Chains. I don't know who came up with that, but think of the name, just Alice in Chains. I mean, I always loved that name. It just had a certain it was a great name, you know. But I know that's another one of those grunge bands. I think they're from, Seattle, if I remember right. That's a grunge band up from up there, right? Uh, let's see, Hidden. There are more, but I ran out of characters and spaces, LOL. I figured that, Hop. I mean, come on, you people you having to type everything in there and keep typing, and of course you run out of type space and all that stuff, right? I know that. I get that. So, Tom, I haven't been in the ages, but yes. I haven't that in ages, but yes. Okay, what are we talking about? Oh, you talking about Alice in Chains? Vamp? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, that's one of those older bands too. We're throwing out all these band names in there. Well, Harp was. And I just, hey, you left out. How about Alice in Chains? Or Nirvana? There was another one. I know some of these bands were short lived. But yes, Alice in Chains got that one. I always loved that name though. Really did. I'm very old. It's like Lincoln Park. Yeah. Oh, Crystal. Yeah. So I'm very old. I'll bet you're not as, maybe you are. I don't know. You may, but you like Lincoln Park ever since 9 Inch Nails, etc. Oh, 9 Inch Nails. I love that song Hurt. I know that song Hurt. Johnny Cash took that one from 9 Inch Nails. He pretty much stole that song from Trent Reznor. I mean, he didn't steal it, but he did the remake of it, and he did such a great job. It became Johnny's song. Was Hurt, and that was a 9 Inch Nails song. And I heard an interview with Trent Reznor. He said something to the effect, how that was his song, and how Johnny just made it his. Like it's almost like he made it more famous. He admitted that Johnny made it more famous. You know, I mean, the 9 Inch Nails version is what it is, but Johnny took that thing. So occasionally that happens where the remake is redefines a song, and that's one of those cases right there. So you want to talking about an emotional song? When we're talking about songs with emotion and how they touch. Now, Hurt is so entrenched with that because if you ever seen the video to Hurt, I mean, it's here on YouTube. I've seen it a few times. But you look at that, and this is like Johnny Cash looked like he was feeling it. That was like his life. His life was coming. He knew it. I mean, he was living that song. And if you look at it, I mean, it's like he wasn't acting. And what got me the most was how right at the very end of that song when he closed the piano like lid, and he smoothed it out and he bowed his head down. You could tell this was Johnny's way of signing off to the world that this was it. He knew. Sure enough, I mean, he didn't, he won some kind of Grammy award for that a few months later, and he had already passed away. He couldn't even collect it himself. But yeah, it's an amazing moving song though. Hurt it really is from his last album. That was his last big hit, and you could tell he knew it. He just knew it. Very emotional. You look at that. I mean, I'm telling you that one almost brings the tears just seeing that video, the way he did that. Oh, that's sad. Yesterday, what are we talking yesterday? We talking about the Beatles yesterday, or are we talking about yesterday we did something? I guess it doesn't matter. I'm listening to Nats Daz and Mike Pretty Petty fight. Oh, hey, personality pill. I'm listening and watching to Nate Diaz and Mike Perry fight. Okay. All right. I'm not sure who those are. All right. I usually feel like Jethro was in the background and I wanted to summons him. LOL. Yeah, that song hurt. Yeah, that is a sad one now, Vamp. Yeah, no, that's one of those songs. Every so often I pop that one in and just Johnny's style. I mean, gosh, that thing really just you want to talk about. Yeah, I mean, he was feeling that thing. You just look at the video. It's unbelievable just knowing that. Yeah, he was living that. And then he said, like everyone I know goes away in the end. And show a picture of his mom for real. And I'm like, yeah, people just he basically saying that. He's losing people. He's getting old. His empire of dirt, and then they're even showing like his uh his like little Johnny Cash museum, and it was all kind of like looked like it was empty, and it looked like it had been like it wasn't making money, so they shut it down, kind of thing. And he said his empire of dirt. It was fitting too. It even said House of Cash, like he had his own like gift shop, like his own museum, and it looked like it was a wreck. Like he was just it wasn't being visited or something. I was like, it was too fitting. It was too perfect for him. You know, yeah, and he was literally basically and he was just months away from his own demise, and he knew it. So, I mean, it is what it is. I had that song playing when my mom passed. Oh, did you? Yeah. Again, because it's so powerful. And I'm sure that's one of those things. Everyone I know goes away in the end. Now, when I lost my mom, that song came back to me, and it's like I finally figured out what he's talking about when you start seeing because listen, I mean, we reach certain ages in our life where we start seeing that. I mean, the family we had, our brothers, I lost two brothers, I lost my parents. I mean, I've had friends. Now, I've told you this before, maybe I have, but I've had dear friends of mine that I grew up with. And some of them passed away, like younger than me, my age, a little younger than me, but some of them just, passed away with heart attacks or maybe some of them even got cancer. They got like just ill. They got sick and they passed on at certain ages. So it happens. So then it's like you start hearing that. It's like, yeah, it just that's part of life. We start watching people that were dear to us go away. They just do. That's what happens. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be a downer, people. It's just, I'm just saying what it is. So, but, but as far as like I said, being see how we get emotional. We even just sometimes it's just that. I mean, that's part of like we'll talk about emotions because that's part of things that I mean that these are things that kind of affect us. You know, whether they're powerful emotions. Yeah, I know sometimes. I mean, I'm not gushing or anything, but I mean, yeah, we have to bring this stuff out, and that's what music does. But that was getting to the original point that I made earlier about how our music is so cherished by INFJs because of the empathy, because of what the memories and how it is a controlled way of us controlling the narrative in a sense, controlling the music, and being that we have a plethora of varieties of music that induce these emotional responses within us. It's basically We basically live through it. You know, it's like it invokes these emotions, and that's why we love what we love, and we keep these. We cherish the music that playlist that we have. Yeah. Hello, Crown V. Hello there, Crown V. We got the crown personality pill. Hello. Hey, I like that little person. Hey, I like the little pill you got there. It's like a yellow and red pill. Yeah. So imagine just being a, hey, that would be kind of cool. Imagine being able to just take a pill and you could become a different type. Hey, this one's the blue and the blue and green one. This one turns you into like an ESFP or something. Or this one turns you into an ISFJ or whatever it is. You could become a different one. Who would you want to try? Would you experiment with wanting to be another type personality as an INFJ? Would you want to do it? And how many people would want to be us? How many people would want to stay us that weren't us? Would they really? You hear a lot of times. Sometimes I hear these things said on the internet. They say people are envious of the INFJ. You know that I hear this said a lot. I used to that there's a lot of people because that there's a certain mysticism about the INFJ. Yeah, they have a certain way about them. Yeah, and of course, they have their intuition, and somehow they're mystical because they see things in people that others can't, and they just know things. Yeah, and they have these. Yeah, they're like Gandalf on like Lord of the Rings kind of thing. Now, who's that guy? That he was a wizard. They think they're like wizards. They see things. And so they think that's cool. So a lot of people are somehow envious, like they want to be a INFJs. They like the whole glitz, the whole idea of that, being like Obi-Wan Kenobi, another one, like a classic stereotypical INFJ, being like that, feel the force, Luke, the force be with you. And always, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? But the thing is, who'd really want this life? We got a hard life though, people. You know that. And of course, all of you know that, maybe you're not having one now. All of a sudden, maybe you've discovered yourself. I think I'm going to tell you right now, eventually your life does get better. The older you get, as you start fine tuning your life, and I've said this before, that this is your glory days, your golden years of your personality type, or after you've awakened, after you've discovered yourself. I'm going to say that in all honesty. And I can only say that because of the way my life has improved, the way I have found I have found contentment and peace in my own heart from my own journey. But again, it took many years of finding and discovering myself, and it took a lot of stumbling and a lot of soul searching, lots of stumbling, figuratively, spiritually, emotionally, stumbling in our heart and our spirit, many times isolating, going through our bouts. But on the other side of that, if you've weathered the storm in your life, people, it eventually the chaos in our minds, sometimes not maybe not chaos. Of course, as you know, we have so much going on in our mind. We tend to go through our, like I said, we have bouts of like emotion, we have bouts of loneliness, sadness, depression. There's times that go on, but eventually we will find this out. Okay. Now, listen, I can't speak for everybody, and if you are on a right path, if you are looking to discover who you are within yourself, and you want to awaken, this is the journey you want to take. Basically, self discovery, accepting who you are as an INFJ. I can say that there are steps that we find that we take in discovering who we are, and that we have steps. I think one of the major steps is acknowledgement. Listen, people, it is a good idea to find out who you are. Okay, listen, the Myers Briggs personality, I can say it's helped me out quite a bit because once I found out what exactly it was and how I aligned with this personality, it opened my eyes. It got me to understand. Excuse me. It got me to understand, first of all, that there are many different personality types. I mean, you kind of know that instinctively. We people are different. People have different ways of thinking, ways of processing, ways of computing their mind into different things. And that's kind of a given, but nobody quite explained it. But INFJs, though, being that we're so rare, being that there's not many of us, we don't have a lot of opportunity to find a lot of people like us that have the similar thought processes and alignments in our thinking. And we think we're all alone in the world. Now, this is my story of my life. I thought I'm all alone in the world. Nobody thinks like me. My mind races a lot. I have thoughts. I knew I was intelligent, but part of me says, am I, sometimes we wonder, we question our ill, are we mentally ill? We question our sanity sometimes. It stages in our life. We wonder, people think we're weird, we're odd, we're peculiar sometimes because we're standoffish, we're kind of socially awkward sometimes. And sometimes we end up questioning who we are exactly. And this is basically our life, okay? But bottom line is acknowledging, finding out what the MBTI type is and finding out your personality type and accepting it. Now, acknowledgement is your first step. Your next step is accepting because you got to understand too, people, that I think most of our life we try to assimilate to being like everyone else. We think eventually, now this is me. I thought eventually my life would click into place, that somehow I would be just like other people. I would find myself, I'd be the type where, I got a bowling league I go on Wednesday night and I go bowling with people. You know what I mean? I could fit in. And then, everybody goes have a beer afterward. INFJs, I'm not saying INFJs don't do that, but INFJs typically don't have that social network. Now, some do. Maybe some do. I mean, some typically we're not like that. We're not built that way, but we think we should be. We should be like everybody. Hey, go in a bowling league, or hey, shoot darts, or whatever it is that you do in your country, in your part of the world, whatever it is. Whatever these hobbies that everybody kind of goes and does, you think eventually you're going to click in. And then you try, but it's just not you. Maybe you get burned out, you get overwhelmed. You realize when you're with people, you start getting drained. You don't even, if you haven't figured yourself out yet that you need alone time. I mean, yeah, we need alone time. But if you're not aware that this is part of what your need is, that this is part of your personality, then sometimes we end up getting burned out. We'll overextend ourselves in social situations over and over again, right? And so then that leads us to burnout. And all of a sudden, burnout leads us to having to isolate, having to pull out, and having to I can't make it this week because and then you find yourself doing these alone things all over again. You say, why? I need to be alone. But when you know this is what you need, when you know that you're an introvert and you need this alone time, and this is something you have to factor into your life, it makes it much easier because that's part of your acceptance. But but again, part of your acceptance is understanding that this is your life. Okay. And then the next stage would be your awakening. Okay. Now these are like the A's. I came up with this whole list before. There's acknowledgement, acceptance, you awaken. Now eventually, like Carl Jung. Now Carl Jung, as you know, he's the one who mapped this all out. Now he basically, if you know Carl Jung, I mean, I mentioned him quite a bit. Now, hey, Carl Jung basically, he was introverted and intuitive, and he's the one who came up with the whole MBTI. He came up with this whole blueprint of different personalities. Okay, I know Myers Briggs, they fine tuned it, they expanded to 16, but he came up with the basic formula of what these functions are and how deep different people are. But he spent a majority of his lifetime basically studying himself. I mean, he was introverted and he spent much of his time trying to map out exactly what the introverted intuitive mind was. And he tried to gather his own thoughts by just his own experiences. And he spent many, many times up in like the Swiss Alps in his lodge up there. And he spent lots of time with nature, spent lots of time trying to find out his introverted mind and where it went. And yeah, he mapped it out. and he came up and he was trying to figure out that introverted intuition. This almost a maze of just images and patterns and symbols and connections, how they connect and how they put patterns together almost subconsciously, unconsciously. It just moves, it's going. I'm even convinced that it's a possibility this thing works in our sleep. I'm actually convinced that the intuition does not stop. This is part of our racing mind. And of course, it has to filter out through the introverted thinking. Yeah, that's right. In order to decipher, in order to find logic, and it kind of sifts it out. This is part of the whole thing. Carl Jung, bottom line, yeah, he spent lots of his time trying to map this out. Okay. And he did. He came down and he worked with patients based on this. He talked about the shadows, how people repress. Uh, we repress certain things, traumas in our life, and we hold them in. And the deeper we try to mask them, we put the mask, we put on these personas to keep them away. The deeper these shadows go, the darker they are. He talked about integrating the shadows into the consciousness, taking the unconsciousness into the consciousness and facing these shadows and integrating them with ourselves. And once you've taken, so he talked about the shadow integration. This is all part of your awakening, though, too. So there's so many blueprints as far as not just for INFJs. This is a human thing, the whole awakening thing, basically. But bottom line is our life. I'm trying to come back to our life is that until you start accepting and acknowledging who you are and start building toward your awakening. First, these are the healing moments that you go through. Now, for one thing, trying not to fit in with everybody else, understanding that you are introverted is a relief in itself because now you can start dealing with who you are, start discovering who you are. Okay. And this is all stages in healing your soul, your spirit within you. Yeah. So that's what I like. This is why I'm here, people. I try to make sure that people are aware of who they are. This is all we can really do. Listen, it doesn't cure you. It doesn't cure you just to know your personality type, but it gives you the blueprint. It's like your driver's manual. Again, it's like imagine having this cool car. I just bought me a really cool sports car, beautiful sports car, right? This thing has got all the bells and whistles on it, okay? But the thing is oh, hey, my camera just started doing the little follow thing. Look at that. See that? It's starting to follow me. Okay. Okay. I don't want to get distracted. Okay. Now imagine this. So you have this high-end sports car, beautiful, and it's got all sorts of bells and it's got the levers and it's got AC and it's got GPS and it's got all these little dials and switches. But the thing is, you don't have an owner's manual for this car. You got a wonderful car, beautiful car. Lots of little gadgets all over the dashboard, but you don't have a manual. That's the INFJ. Okay. We have this mind where that is very elaborate, very complex, very detailed. Okay. But you don't have that. You don't have that manual. You don't know how to drive your car. But so then what do? We spend most of our life trying to push the buttons, pull those levers, flip those switches in that dashboard, trying to figure out what combinations to push in order to navigate this personality, right? Oh, damn it. He just followed me over there to watch me blow my nose, huh? He's following me now. I'm sorry, people. He just came to life over here. My little it's one of these okay, but basically, people, that's what it is. Okay. Now, basically, this is what it is. So the MBTI type, Myers-Briggs indicator, understanding your alignments in your personality basically is what it is basically that. It's a way of having the owner's manual, that driving owner's manual in your glove box that you can open up and say, oh, this is what that switch does. That's what this lever does. Oh, that's what I do with this thing. Okay. Instead, now it just helps you along. Okay. But bottom line is, people, that INFJ experience, as we call this, is it is a lifelong journey of discovery. It really is. You're not going to find everything out about yourself in your early life. I mean, that's your developing, that's the early stages of your life where you're feeling things out. But it's also the most trying and most confusing part of our life. And so many times, I think INFJs, hopefully, if they survive their teenage years, I mean, if they didn't have a life like mine, that is, okay. As long as you are able to survive your life and you get past the real turbulent part of your development, you're coming of age, maybe the whole time when your mind, your body, your change of your body, your hormones, your puberty, everything starts happening at one time. It plays havoc sometimes on an INFJ's mind. Now, some of it's more radical than others, depending on the level of upbringing, depending on how your life is and how you're handling your life. But typically, INFJs are a troubled soul anyway. The whole idea of this personality is almost bred out of, not bred, but it's manufactured. It's made because of childhood traumas, in a sense. Not always traumas, but just childhood disappointments in so many ways. And that's one of the reasons why we have a lot of our drawbacks as they are. So it is a personality that is bred from that. So basically, that's what it is that we try to do, is that we try to discover ourselves, in the course of our lifetime. Okay, and again, finding out. I'm going to say 4 years ago, finding out my own MBTI type. It answered so many questions to me. It actually just, things started making sense by just understanding my type. And it was here in an algorithm. A guy like me, wasn't me, obviously, but hey, it was here on YouTube is when I discovered that. That's when I said I want to do this YouTube, because I saw a video of my very own that I was staring into an algorithm, and I watched it and I said, that sounds like me. And it turns out I had this personality type, and I realized how rare the type was, and it helped me out. So I said, now I'm going to give back. Okay. Now, your final stage after your awakening is assimilation, another A. This is something I created, people. Okay. Acknowledgement, awareness, awakening, assimilation. Assimilation is basically when you want to basically assimilate back. That's a way of giving back. That's a way of connecting back, like what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to put myself out there. I wanted to raise awareness into this. I want this to be a safe haven for anybody that finds their type, to understand that this is a place where you can at least understand who you are, because this is a tough personality to navigate through. It is a very painful one. People, trust me, my life. I had a very troubled, painful life, but I'm still here. I'm here for a reason, and my reason is right here, basically. Okay. I just got into a little bit of a tirade. That was completely off the wall. Uh, I'm at the awakening stage. Hello there. Let me see. I'm gonna read some of your comments, people. Oh, why? Fallon, strategist. I need answers. What do we got? I need answers. Okay. What else are we talking about now, Fallon? I believe that is somebody I've never quite. I don't know if I seen you on the live before, or is this your first time, Fallon? I'm at the awakening stage beginning. Are you really? Okay. Well, listen. Be strong. Let me tell you, because listen, the awakening. It's all about discovering, and it's not necessarily a very uh, pleasant journey. Okay, listen. As you know, the INFJ journey itself, we've been groomed for this awakening, and I'm going to tell you this too: was the fact that everything that you've gone through, all your bouts of suffering, and we're a suffering soul. That's one thing that the INFJ is built. The INFJ is built to be a soul that seeks. Now, other personality types are built a certain way, built a certain way. They have a certain mindset. Maybe they're built physically a certain way. They're built to withstand stand certain things, rigors in their personality. Now, the INFJ is built to be have the rigors in their spirit. We are built to withstand hardship within our souls. Okay, and this is how we're built. Now, listen, just to go on, is I'm going to Fallon. You're in your awakening state. Understand that everything that led you up to this moment right now, all of your heartaches, all of your sadnesses, and we've had them. Maybe all of your bunker zones, as I call them, when we isolate and we self isolate and we go into these shells and we reinvent. We change. These are all small steps that we take to authenticate, because what's going on is the fact that we are built a certain way. Most of the most people on are built, from the outside in. Okay, there's a lot of sensor types. There's a lot of extroverted sensor types, and there's more of them than they are introverted intuitives. I think somebody had told me that 5% of the world population as a whole, 5% of the world population are introverts. Okay, that was a signal for Okay, I just threw a signal out there to stop moving around. Are introverts, okay? Now, after saying that, I believe the percentage of extroverted sensing types is higher. I think it's around 8 or 9%. I mean, I just know it's a higher percentage. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because basically a lot of people are malleable. There's a lot of people, extroverted sensor types take in the world from their senses, from their extroverted senses. They're taking in the world through their senses. And a lot of times they are being conformed, they are being programmed, indoctrinated from the world. Okay. Now, we all are in a sense. I mean, everybody is. I mean, introverted intuitives are. But the thing is about introverted intuitives in particular is that we're not as malleable. We don't conform as well. And this is why we are the standoffish type. This is one of the reasons why people drain us, is because we are bombarded with some of the absurdity of the conditioning of our world that we do not conform to, that we do not change into. Okay, and and especially INFJs, we're built this way to have withstand suffering, spiritual suffering, emotional. Okay, and we've gone through this in the course of our life, and we know this, and I know you can all testify to this. But my point is that this is how we're built. Now, each time we go through these bouts and we self isolate and we may face ourselves and we try to change, we try to redefine ourselves, and we come out better. Usually, after our bouts of our isolation and our hermit modes, bunker zones, whatever you might want to call it, monk modes that we got, when we go into our isolation, we usually come out of it stronger, more resilient, better. Okay, because we faced ourselves. These are all steps to your authentication, is what I'm getting at. We have these bouts that we have. These are all small steps, but there is the one massive step that we take. We reach a certain age where all of a sudden we start getting into our, let's say, our mid 40s, mid 50s. And typically what happens is a lot of people, a lot of your extroverted sensor types, we call this the midlife crisis. Now, we've heard of that. Human beings want to authenticate. Now, most of your types are the like I said, extroverts. Typically, they put their let's say their change of life, their midlife crises, and they start purchasing things, taking trips. They buy their motorcycles, their cars. They start tinkering again. They start doing things. They change because they reach a certain age. Now, this is all by program. This is how what happens. This is a human condition. Now, this is our part of authentication. Okay, human beings do it, not just us, not just INFJs. Everybody looks to authenticate. Now, you get the introverted intuitive type, typically an INFJ. Now, typically, we may they may try going down this whole extroverted sensing world. They might start looking for stimulation, buying things, buying elaborate things, start traveling, start buying their toys. Even people have affairs. You hear about sometimes these happily married people, been married 20 years, they raise their children. All of a sudden, they get into their 40s, 50s, midlife, and they start doing different things. You hear about affairs, both sides. Yeah. Now, this is their authentication going sideways. This is basically my point, is that this is not them facing their internal strife, their internal soul, which is trying to authenticate, okay, awaken. All right. This isn't what it is. They want to take this sideways and they start reaching for things to stimulate them, things to help them to escape. Now, listen, like I said, INFJs may start going down that path and be unfulfilled. It reaches a point where everything will start drying up, especially for people that have proclivities to spirit, people that have proclivities to truth. Okay, people that have their tendencies to want to change spiritually, and that's what they're longing for. These are the types that will say nothing's fulfilling me, nothing external fills me. So during their authentication, they go deeper into their bunker zone. They go into the final bunker zone, maybe not the final one, but a big one. This is your true awakening. Now, this is a painful one because you have to face yourself. Your ego has to die. That ego that reached out for validation, reached out for for the world. It has to die, and it does die. But but during this whole authentication process, though, it could be whatever level you're at. It could take weeks, it could take months of you having to face yourself. It could take months of you having to uh, reckon reckon yourself. And there could be bouts where you're in where you're more vapid, more empty, more shallow. You may feel as though you're going backwards. Now, this is one of the things. This is the disclaimer, but it is all part of you dying. Your ego is dying in a sense, not you physically. You're actually awakening, but that is the death of your ego. It doesn't know it yet, but it's is but this is painful. Now, I'm only saying this from my own standpoint because I this is exactly my journey. I had nowhere to go. I knew I had to change. I was trying this happened. And but what happens is eventually at certain times you may have to face certain things. Tears may fall um, at various times. I mean, you may feel alone, you may feel it, but you face it. You have to persevere on. You can't go back to your old way. So many times people lose this path because they feel it. They feel they feel their old self dying and they want to go back to the comfort of who they were. And sometimes they jump back on it because it's a painful journey and they go back to their old ways, their comfort. But if you go down a certain road, a certain length, that comfort is never the same. It's never as fulfilling. You've already almost established yourself a certain way. You have no choice at some point to persevere on. Either you're going to delay the process, or you're going to have to um, just continue on where you're going, persevere. But eventually, one day you're just going to realize that all the conflict is gone. You're just going to wake up one day and say, it's gone. I feel peace. That little spot in my heart that was always burning in there, that little lone spot that we've always ran to. INFJs, we have this. Listen, I've had this my whole life, that little achy spot, that spot that's always not filled, that lone spot that even you though you're amongst people, you always feel alone. That becomes your greatest source of of comfort, of peace. That changes. That becomes filled into your peace moment, and that's something you never want to part with. Once you found that empty spot, that little spot, like I'm talking about, becomes your source of peace. Okay, that is your true awakening. This is when your awakening happens. Okay. Um, So anybody out there that heard that, and if anybody is on there, they're awakening. All I can say is good luck to you. Listen, persevere. Face what you have to. Walk into the storm face first is all you can do, really, and forge on. And this is going to build your character because this is building your strength. This is making you who you are. Okay. And you'll come out of it stronger, wiser, smarter, and your spirit will be at peace. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, people. I got this microphone in front of me now, and I, I just I just had to go on a little bit of a of a of a of a of a tirade here. Meanwhile, hey, see, look at that. You see this guy right here, my my camera. I thought that was broken. Now he's following me. Somehow he's starting to follow me around a little bit. Hey, see, look at that. Hey, over here. Yeah, see, he's doing. That's just the way the camera is. See, that's the camera I got. It's working. Tom is a professional. I know, Harp. Something about the mic just makes this all professional, doesn't it? I know it's it's something. All of a sudden, you get the microphone in front of there, and it just does something, doesn't it? It makes it all like for real or something, right? Uh, the camera is funny. Oh, you like that, huh? Funny, funny how? What do you mean funny? Okay. Hey, remember that? I did the Joe Pesci impression the other night. Okay. You gotta excuse me, people. I had that big old tirade over there, and now I'm kind of all right. I gotta sometimes I just talk, you know what I mean? Listen, people, this is what I've talked about. Listen, and any of you have been out here before. I know some of you regulars have probably heard me say something similar to that. I mean, you've heard me tell you that, okay? And sometimes the first time you hear it, it's very awestruck. And then I know I say that, but not everybody has heard this message. Okay. The camera. I kind of been showing people my more prickly side lately so they don't get too comfortable in taking me kindness for granted. Oh, so that sounds like your shadow side. You want to, yeah, I know what you mean there. Hey, Harp, that's part of that's part of your integration of your shadow, is what it is. Showing that little bit of a ruthless side. I mean, not like just a side of you that is not easy. That is not you're just gonna say yes to everything. That never says no. Okay. That's part of what that is. I mean, you have to integrate that little bit of your shadow in there, that enough of you that is that little bit of the pricky side that you said. Okay. I mean, there's ways of doing it where people don't take an advantage of you. All right. And that's exactly what Carl Jung said. He also made a comment. Let me see if I can remember how it was said. He said that um i- i- if you don't authenticate, if you're not authenticated, um I'm trying to remember exactly. I'm gonna have to get this quote. Maybe somebody can help me with the quote. The more we believe who we are, if we accept who we are, that we've been conditioned, we'll call it fate, and it will just basically we'll call it fate in our life. We'll just always follow that whole thing, like our inner thought inauthenticated self is basically what it is. I'm sorry, I can't get the exact quote. I meant to remember that too. I want to remember that quote by Carl Jung, but something to the fact is we'd call it fate, and it would just rule our whole life. Somebody might know how that's said there. Facing ourselves through deep thinking and feeling. Reflection is strength and takes responsibility and accountability. It's also a way of understanding us. Crystal, my gosh, you're very insightful. I want to thank you for showing up to the channel, Crystal. You're very, very insightful. I think you found the right place here. If the algorithm led you here, I'm glad it did, because that's very insightful. Okay. Very, very wise, knowledgeable way you saying that. That's one thing. I mean, listen, we everybody on this channel, I learn from. I mean, you people are very, very wise out there. And I hear quotes and things you say, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's beautiful. all the time. People are beautiful. You have beautiful souls out there. I want to say that, Okay. Thank you for your insight. I really appreciate it. This is the first time I got you on a live video. I am studying Carl Jung extensively right now. Well, that's good. Listen, I I've been trying to study a little bit more on Carl Jung as well. And that's just why I know a little bit. Listen, I don't know a lot about him, but he definitely figured out introverted intuitive minds. I mean, he testifies a lot to what we have. All right. Now, I can only guess is that the reason that, as you know, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, I mean, Carl Jung was being groomed to be like the next Sigmund Freud. I mean, he actually worked with him early on. I mean, he was supposed to be, yeah, they looked at him as the next one. He was being the one to being groomed to be like that. Now, from what I heard, Sigmund Freud was very rigid in his teaching, and of course, Carl Jung always tried to, he didn't quite see things exactly the way Sigmund Freud did. I mean, Sigmund Freud was all about very logical, very about the ego, the id, the super ego. I mean, he had his depths about psychology, which is very, which was profound stuff. And but now, of course, Carl Jung saw things different. I mean, he was the introverted intuitive. He knew that there was things that Sigmund Freud either was leaving out or didn't see. Now, I can only imagine. Listen, I don't know. Does anybody know what Sigmund Freud's personality type was? I don't know. I'm guessing he was not intuitive. He wasn't like the same kind. Maybe he was an extroverted intuitive. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows that. But bottom line is, Carl Jung basically tried to tell him there were elements that were deeper than what he was seeing, what he was leaving out. I mean, the Freud part. Now, Freud, from what I heard Carl Jung on an interview that I watched, said that he was whatever he said was it. He basically was he was the teacher, he was the master, and what he said was it. Okay. Basically, but Carl Jung didn't want to go there. He knew that there was something deeper to the psyche. There was an introverted, intuitive mind in there that he was recognizing because that's who he was. Now he basically got ostracized. He got basically thrown out because he was not going to conform basically to Freud. He wasn't going to take. He wasn't just going to take in Freud's information and just go with it. He wanted to go his own way. He had his own elaborate, deeper look into the psychology. So what did they do? They basically ostracized him. From what I understand, is like for the first year, a couple of years after, he basically lost all his support. He lost his credibility and he was basically left out to dry. Hey, this guy's a defect. He's not doing it. And then basically Sigmund Freud just kind of banished him in a sense. And from what I understand, is like Carl Jung actually became depressed. He went into a bout of depression because of that. He felt like, yeah, he was like misunderstood, misunderstood, kind of, ghosted kind of thing, and in a big way. All right. So he started basically going up into his, from what I understand, from what I read, he went into he went into his cabin up in Switzerland. He had his own cabin, and he spent, many months up there, understanding himself. And I guess he was depressed. He went into a massive bunker zone. He was in a zone basically, and he was depressed. He thought he was questioning his own sanity, his own life. Now, what I think during this first time, he started understanding something about his shadows. He started seeing the shadows, these repressed memories, these repressed shadows that we all block, that when we come up with the personas. He started seeing these things. And he also saw something about his inner child. Now, from what I understand too, he started going to the beach. He took pails, buckets, little sandcastle molds, whatever it is. Like, children go to the beach and they scoop up the dirt on there and they start building little castles. He, as an adult, started doing that. And I think it was his way of therapy. He was trying to remember himself as a child. He was trying to go back into that child mode, trying to go back into his own repression that he that he had forgotten, that he had tried to push down in his childhood. And this is where a lot of his revelations came from. He spent time on the beach. He'd go there and playing in the sand for hours. Yeah, and people must have looked and says, "What's this man playing like a child?" They must have thought he's going nuts. People started saying the guy's losing his mind. He's lost his cookies a little bit here. He's playing in the sand. But no, the whole time was he was gathering his own therapy. He had a deep way of starting to analyze his own self, and he was going into his own therapeutic self, trying to find his own inner child. He was trying to remember that repressed child that he somehow forgot about, that we all tend to do. We all end up forgetting our inner child. We repress it. We think we grown up, we've moved on in our life, and that child is just it moved on. It grew up into you. And he started saying that that is an actual archetype. That's an actual archetype within the human soul, and that is something that has to actually be integrated as well as the shadow. It has to be brought into the consciousness. So I guess part of his therapy, the whole thing about playing in the sand and building the little sand castles and all the things in the dirt on the beach. Now he started to use that as therapy with some of his patients. Of course, he started getting more famous, but he was nothing like Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud just wanted a clone of him, and he wasn't going there. Okay. So basically, yeah, he started getting recognized again. Some of his practices, I guess, started getting seen, and he started mapping out the whole introverted intuitive mind. He came up with um, the whole, the whole Myers Briggs. Well, they didn't call it Myers Briggs yet, but he basically mapped out the functions. He basically came up with the eight major functions and how they align into 16. Well, at the time, I believe it was eight personalities. Now, Carl Jung had identified at least eight of the personalities. I think he saw the introverted intuitives, he saw the extroverted, the sensors. Now, it was broken down further with later on with Myers Briggs, I think back in the 60s, 70s. But bottom line is that's where that was what Carl Jung. Now, of course, he had a lot of different therapies that he was, trying to, have. I mean, one of them was, yeah, literally for some of the maybe some of the deeper emotionally scarred people that were really like deeper. He had them do the little sandboxes or play with Lincoln Logs. I don't know exactly, but I think he actually had some of these as actual therapies, and he was the one who came up with like interpreting dreams. He would have people write down their dreams and what they meant, and especially the very vivid dreams. Because he knew deep down that the subconscious, was deep as it was, is that these were where these were things. This is where the hidden real us was, and because we developed the persona, these masks that we learned to use. These are defense masks in a sense when we're trying to, you see it all around us. I mean, people use masks all the time. People's not literally physical masks, but the way they dress, the way they act, the way they conduct themselves. People use masks. They might get big cars with loud pipes. How about those guys with the trucks that are really high up in the ground that have like the big old loud booming pipes? These are all masks too that we use. I mean, these are figurative masks, but so many people were always putting on personas with our wealth, with our personality, our money. These are all ways of our using masks in our world in that way. But so Carl Jung basically was mapping this out. He was saying that in order to break this, we have to see these shadows. These shadows are what are in the background, pulling our strings. These shadows are the ones whispering in our ears what we're trying to keep repressed. Okay. And when they're whispering in our ears, when they're in the background pulling our strings, this is when they are affecting us. This is when they're allowing us to, let's say, we're living based on how we are influenced by them, if we still have them repressed, if they're not into the consciousness, because he did say that the okay, wait, I have to. I think that's the signal. My he basically said that the consciousness has to be, the subconscious has to be allowed in the conscious. These shadows, these childhood memories, they have to be dealt with in the light, in the consciousness, and they have to be seen. They have to be faced, no matter how painful they might be. They have to be put into the consciousness, and this is what Carl Jung's fundamental therapies were all about. Okay. But basically, that's how we find our true selves. This is how we heal from our traumas in our lives as well. Now, this is some of the stuff that I've read up and heard up on Carl Jung. This is some of the things that I've been learning on my own as well. Okay. I just thought you'd like to hear some of that. But if you are leading Fallon, so if there's until you make the unconscious conscious, that's the quote I was looking for. Thank you, Fallon. Thank you. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl, that's what I was trying to say. I tried to memorize that. Thank you. I knew somebody who knew that. I knew somebody. Fallon, thank you. Uh, Carl Jung saved as my lock screen so I can remind myself every day to stay on this journey. Really? You got that? I tried to memorize that because that's a great quote. That really is one of his, probably his, I think his most profound quotes right there is that one. Okay. That was basically the essence of who he was that's what he was all about, bringing these consciousness to the light. Okay. But yes, he had some unusual therapies for some of his students. I mean, that unusual to the fact of how they were conventional, unlike Sigmund Freud, But yeah, but he was very effective. I mean, he was, from what I understand too, as his as he got famous because of the fact that he was so much different. He was not the conventional psychiatrist, and his methods were seemed radical, but the thing was he testified. And not only that, I think anybody that was introverted intuitive really really gravitated to him. INFJs in particular, if you notice, INFJs quote him or they are really gravitate to his teachings because of the fact that he saw it. He saw that introverted intuitive mind and he mapped it out. Now, here's something that he called that I never forgot is he called it that mind is irrational and is incapable of making a decision. It can't decide anything. It can't, but it's not meant to. It's just a way of gathering all that information, but it's abstract. The fact is that now the thing is that if you have a good percentage of people that are not introverted intuitives, let's say you have 90% of the world population are sensors, or if sensors are extroverted, that they don't have that kind of mind. They're gathering their information from their senses for the most part. They're gathering their information from the facts and figures that they see. Now, not to say they can't have introverted intuition. It's just that it's usually their inferior functions, just as extroverted sensing is our inferior function. A lot of times, an ESTP, for example, now their inferior function is introverted intuition. Now they still have this. It's just that it's not their primary function. Now you try to convince a majority of people what the extroverted, excuse me, the introverted intuitive mind is, and the way the symbols, the patterns, the abstract mind that it is. It's like trying to show somebody, trying to describe an art gallery, an abstract art gallery without ever having access to that wing. You see what I mean? This is why a lot of times it's not really grasped or it's not taken seriously because there's a good majority of people that don't see this. If you don't have that mind, if you don't have that, if you didn't grow up with this kind of, it's a flickering mind. I see mine. I mean, there's certain times there's a flickering mind of like patterns, images, shapes. things, stick figures, people, and memories of who they are. No, they don't look like that. They become the caricatures in our mind in a sense, but they represent the people that we see. Okay, they might have a certain, the image of their face. We know they have a certain distinctive nose or something. Well, that character has the nose of who we're thinking of, and then it goes into different pattern recognitions. But now it comes to conclusions without us even trying. Sometimes it's so um, basically subconscious in a sense. But the thing is, a majority of people don't. Excuse me, people. There's been a little fly been bugging around me for a while. It must have got in. Okay, excuse me, people. What was I talking about? Um, no, but basically, you have a majority of people that don't accept what that is because they can't see that. Okay, but the thing is, introverted intuitives gravitate to his works greatly because he saw what we see. Okay, and he emanated from that. I mean, he was. People say he was an INFJ. I would believe he was. I mean, what kind of guy spends a majority of his life trying to figure himself out? That is an INFJ trait in itself. The fact that he spent a majority of his life trying to map out his mind, because I think a majority of us do that intuitively. That's just what we do. We're always trying to find our um, owner's manual to that high-end sports car, like I said before. We're always looking for the pages. We're looking for that thing. We're searching through the dashboard, looking for that. And yeah, we might find a page here and there. We might find a paragraph. Yeah, we'll find bits and pieces of that along the course of our life, but we find it, you know? And that's what Carl Jung did. That was his life mission, was to map that out. I want to see what we're writing down here. What are we talking about, people? Got anything going on here? Anyone feel extremely strange energy lately? I'm weird and tired. Indigo. Hey, Indigo's out there. How you doing there? Are you're finding a weird and tired, lazy energy? Are you? Yeah, there's a lot of vibes going out there in the world right now, in there, Indy. There's a lot of. It seems like it's been like that for quite a while. I'm with you on that. I sense them. I definitely do. There's no doubt about it. I mean, some crazy way, I see history is doomed to repeat itself if we don't learn from it. I see a lot of that. We're repeating history in some ways. Yes, you know. Hey, buddy. Yeah, Indigo. Hey, I see you. See me. Hey, there's somebody I haven't seen for a while. I see you. Is a new moon is tonight is the new moon in Taurus. Talking about the bull, Taurus, the bull, right? Okay. I'm I'm a straight solitary hermit for the last 3 years. No friends, no relationships, just me and a kitty. Oh yeah, Indy. So you're in hermit mode, or sounds like, huh? Uh listen, I just saw a video from Lauren. Lauren's kind of cool. Ever see Lauren Scapella? I think that's in her name. She said something. She was talking about her latest video about how we'd eventually need to come out of hermit mode, how it's just we get too comfortable there. I did watch it. I thought, yeah, she made a lot of sense. I mean, that wasn't me talking. I'll give credit where it's due. But sometimes I think we do. We get very comfortable in that bunker zone we're in. We get comfortable in our life. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, since I in the last few years, I've been divorced for 5 years now. Actually, I got separated almost 5 years, and been divorced for almost five. And since then, my life has changed so very greatly. I mean, obviously, I'm here. I got this channel now that's been here for almost a year now. But before that, I told you I found out my type within this 5 years after I got divorced, and I changed. A lot of things have changed. I feel like I was meant to discover myself, but I'm at that age in my life where things started falling into place. Okay. And I think sometimes too, I mean, our age, sometimes we've reached certain ages in our life, certain maturity levels in our life where things change. Hey, just as certain ages, certain times in a life and the growth of like animals, insects, I mean, you know, there's certain things awaken because of our age. Now, animals, it goes through that all the time. What's to say human beings? I mean, listen, human beings are a very elaborate creature. And you're telling me there aren't certain things like certain like either there's things that we have either it's glands, maybe things are released in our brain, maybe there's certain glands that start maturing, ripening. I mean, there's certain growth hormones that are released. We see them, usually early on in our life. We change, we become fertile at certain ages. We start going through changes of life, go through puberty. Of course, we have certain things that awaken at certain times in our life. What's to say that there's not another stage? Now, is it physical? But what gets me though, is it a physical change or is it more of a spiritual change? The things awaken in us spiritually. Like I said, we are all human beings get to that change of that whole midlife crisis. I've told you we were talking about that. Whether or not that's something chemical, whether or not that's something in the mind that just changed, or is it something strictly spiritual, something that goes beyond what animals have? Now, I still believe we are different than animals. I mean, we have a deeper dimension to the animal, and that's apparent. I mean, animals have everything, and it's a lot of it's physical. A lot of it is instinctual that animals have. Now we have a bit of that. We are still an animal body, but we have that deeper element of spirit. And I think we reach out spiritually. I think our mind changes. It's not physical. I think it's a spiritual change that animals have. I mean, that caterpillar knows when it's time to hang upside down and turn into the chrysalis. It has that certain time it awakens when it's eaten enough of the leaves, and it knows when it's time to go up there and hang upside down and go into its little zone, its chrysalis, and then it emerges into that butterfly 3 or 4 weeks later. You see, human beings do this spiritually. Okay. We reach that certain age in our life where we change, where all of a sudden something awakens within us. Okay. And again, like I said, change of life, midlife crisis. Some people do it, they do it sideways. They do it sensual. They do it in their senses. Okay. And some people that are depending on their proclivities, their spiritual proclivities, to take it out spiritually, and that is the change of life. Okay, and honestly, that awakening that we go through, that's the same. That is the same way that, like I said, the chrysalis, that little isolation that the butterfly goes in, that caterpillar, and he changes. He changes in that thing. He spends 3 weeks in there. He emerges as a beautiful butterfly. He trans metamorphosed. Metamorphosis. That's Latin. Metamorphosis. Morph, like change. I mean, that's a whole Latin word right there. Meta is almost like the meta, like a metaphysic. Morphous is morphing, like changing. Listen to that whole just that word itself. You know what's going on. It's changing like metaphysically, metamorphosis, spiritual in a sense. That's what happens with the human being. We don't change physically. We don't turn into no butterfly, but our mind changes. We become sharper, richer, and actually more at peace because we've found grace with our creator. Okay. That's another thing too. There's spiritual elements in our whole change. Now, as INFJs, I have no choice but to talk about the spiritual element because we are a spiritual being. Okay. And that's all part of our awakening. Okay. That metamorphosis in spirit, in a sense. Okay. I'm smoking some pipe weed right now. Indy, you're smoking weed. Oh, okay, man. And I feel that I used to think that too. Okay. I kind of like the caterpillar um, that used to smoke a pipe in Alice in Wonderland. You people are hilarious out there. He was the hookah. Hey, the hookah smoking character. Like they said, hey, Grace Slick made remember White Rabbit? One pill makes you larger, one pill makes you small. And the ones that mother give you don't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. You know that one? Okay, I don't want to sound like Grace Slick, but and if you go chasing rabbits and one will fall, hey, she mentions the hookah smoking character in that. And that's the dude. That was the caterpillar smoking a hookah. Remember those hookah things? It was that little pipe thing that ran off. It was like they all shared the thing, that pipe, the big old hookah thing, right? Yeah. What were they smoking in there? Hey, okay, maybe Indy can tell us. Maybe they're smoking the same stuff what was in there, huh? The hookah? Oh my gosh. Okay, what do we got here? Fallon, we get Fallon. Droid, I'm rolling up as we. Oh man, we got all the smokers out there. Gosh. Hey, you want me to put on some Pink Floyd or what, huh? How about some Emerson, Lake and Palmer? Oh, listen, I can't do that because it's a copyright, as you know. I can't play certain music, not on the air. I mean, not unless I do it right. Like I'd have to do a whole one of those reactionary videos. I think I could do that, but there's certain guidelines. I'm not doing the reaction video right now, but that's okay. That's okay. I have a vape at home. I used to every now and then to chill out. Oh, so I'd start talking about metamorphoses and changes into caterpillars into butterflies, and people want to start rolling their doobies up. Huh? What did I do here? Hey, listen, this is part of our experience. As you know, we like to talk about we like to talk deep. I mean, this is one thing that gravitates. This is what links us. Okay, and listen, I personally can't do that stuff anymore. I mean, I drive a truck after all. I drive a commercial truck, one of those CDL trucks. Not only that, I drive a hazmat truck, and if I ever peed dirty, I'd lose my job. But also, I gave that stuff up 25 years ago. I outgrew it. I mean, not listen. I got nothing against people want to do that. That's your life, it's your business. I can't do it. Like I haven't taken a hit of weed in probably, like I said, over 25 years. People, it's been like 2000, year 2000 at least, something like that. Been a while, but that's all right. Hey, we have 14 watching right now, or 13. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So we're building up a little bit of a. Well, it's good to see it's good to see the Saturday Night Live is going well, and it looks like people are out there living their life right now. Huh? Hey, you know what? You got George Norrie and Art Bell doing the late shows, and it's after midnight, and now all of a sudden you got the INFJ experience. Yes, we have the experience going on. And as you know, it's an experience of mind. Yeah, they're very deep-minded thinking people. And yeah, they like deep thoughts, deep subjects, and yeah, and occasionally they like to intensify and magnify the surrealness of their experience as well. Okay. Yeah. I couldn't help myself, people. I really couldn't. Listen, people, you wouldn't mind if I take a little walk to the boys' room, would you? I gotta go find my hallway, and I'll be right back. Okay, I promise. I will return. Please don't go away, people. I wish I could. I wish I could go on with some background music, but maybe someday I'll be able to find a way to give you a little bit of like elevator music when I go do that. You know what I mean? All right. Well, people, give me like, oh, good gosh. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. I promise. Look at that. Look at that. He's following me. My camera's following me. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's following me. Can you believe that? Well, I do want to thank you, people. Thank you for holding on. I was just thinking that would have been a uh, a great time for YouTube to have given you a commercial break. In that time, I had to use my thing. That could have been a good break. Maybe someday I got to integrate commercials into those little bathroom breaks. But I'm not quite there yet. We're gonna get there someday, right? But okay, we still have 11 watching. Well, thank you so much for sticking around with me, people. And today's cleaning has failed. What happened? What happened, Fox? Today's cleaning has failed, huh? What do you mean by that? You went to clean and you didn't quite get it done, or what? Oh no. Okay. Wonder what that means, huh? Hidden. Yes. Indy. I suck at cleaning. Totally pigsty. Um, yeah, I'm the same way. Listen, I thought INFJs was supposed to be. Listen, they sometimes they stereotypical. Some of those AI things say, "Oh yeah, INFJs are so clean and immaculate, and they hang all their clothes up and by colors and by styles," and that's a bunch of BS. Man, somebody might listen. You know what? I can't speak for all INFJs, but from what I heard, a lot of us are. Listen, I mean, I don't like clutter, but I don't wipe everything down. I mean, I don't constantly vacuum. I mean, I'm not too bad. I mean, you can see all the paperwork I got in the background. See all the papers I got? Look at I got stuff piled on top of my radio back there. Hey, I mean, I'm the same way. I think part of that is extroverted sensing. I mean, I think that's part of what it is. I mean, we probably want things to be clean. In our mind, we're cleaning our house all the time, but when it comes to actually physically going through the motions, so that's when sometimes the whole extroverted sensing part just doesn't click in. And I think that's what it is. It's the follow through. That's basically what it is. Yeah. Hello there, Lish. Lish. I do. I actually feel like doing it a lot. It's good to see Lishes out there. I haven't been really looking at too many of the. I haven't. I got in such a monologue earlier that I might have missed a lot of comments. I know sometimes you talk amongst each other, which I love. I love it when you do that, people. I love it when you just have because it's your own. You got your own community here, and we're talking amongst each other. So sometimes I look and I'm like, oh, they're just talking to each other. They're sending messages to each other. So okay, kind of like the caterpillar that used to smoke the pipe. Okay. All right. Listen, I'm not advocating for that, but I'm not condemning it at all at the same time. Okay. I want to go on record as saying that I'm not, hey, it's our life. I can't do that. I don't do that. I need a clear and sober mind. I can't be stoned. Hey, not to say I don't have a beer or so. Like earlier today, right? I went to a Mexican restaurant. I usually go to this Mexican restaurant here in town. And I'm like a regular. I hadn't gone in a couple weeks. I kind of took a couple weeks off. And so I had a couple beers. I had a burrito, you know, nice burrito, chicken burrito with rice in there and all that good stuff and guacamole. And I like to load it up with the hot sauce and all that stuff. But my point is, yeah, I might have a beer here and there, you know what I mean? But I can't do anything I can't do the whole hooch thing anymore. Hey, even though it's legal, I'm in the state of New Hampshire. Now, I know a lot of states have legalized that stuff. I mean, I know I'm surrounded by states that have it legal, but New Hampshire, they don't have dispensaries. You can't actually purchase it in the state of New Hampshire. Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, all the states surrounding me have legal dispensaries, but I don't. It's not here in New Hampshire though. Still not legal. But again, I couldn't do the stuff anyway. But again, I don't advocate for it, but I don't condemn it. How do you like that for an attitude, huh? Hey, I used to do that stuff. I have to offend myself enough to move my ass, then do it all at once. Are you talking about cleaning your house? I think we were talking about that. I call that blitzkrieg in my house. Like once every 6 months, once every whatever, when I need to, when my house needs cleaning, I go through the whole thing. I'll go room by room and I clean everything. I mean, I clean everything. And I blitzkrieg. I call that a blitzkrieg. That's what I call blitzkrieging my house. You know the old saying, you know what the blitzkrieg is? You must know that. That's German for lightning war. Okay? Yeah, quick war, whatever it is. That's what they called the blitzkrieg that actually started World War II with the invasion of Poland. It was called the blitzkrieg. So typically I use that terminology to describe the fact that when I finally just need to blitzkrieg my home by cleaning everything. I mean, just go through the whole house and it's immaculate, you know. And then another 6 months later, I don't do a damn thing, you know. And then I get a blitzkrieg it again sometime, you know. So yeah, that's basically what I call that, you know. The funny thing is, I think a lot of us are like that, you know. I think that's something we have in common. See, this is what you teach me. We start to find out what we really are all about, what truly what the true INFJs are all about. I mean, yeah, we're not the stereotype, all like everybody's immaculate, like these AI videos say. Sometimes I hear these AI videos try to describe us, and sometimes they're okay. They got it. They're okay to a certain point, but they stereotype us in ways that are not always necessarily true either, you know? So I just things I've noticed. That's all. Okay. Let's see. It's so common Texas. You'd think it was legal. Oh, really? So it's not legal in Texas, but everybody's smoking that stuff down there, huh? The stress of my promotion has made the stress of my promotion has had me drinking too much lately. My my aware is backing off and I don't do cold turkey anything. Resentful. Oh, okay. Hey, you got a promotion though, Indy, huh? Good. Good for you, man. I have to offend myself. Oh, yeah, I saw that as well. Okay, it's legal here now. Oh, at Texas, it is legal. They just passed it in Texas, then, huh? Okay. Yeah, they're trying to do that in New Hampshire too. I'm in the wonderful granite state up here, as we call it. And but like I said, it wouldn't affect me anyway. I mean, but I know this they're trying to come up with certain bills and pass legislation and well, everybody else is doing it. Why not us? You know, we can make income and that kind of thing. And it's probably going to happen someday. Somebody's going to end up voting for it or whatever, because it seems like everybody's just doing that. Hey, it was a time though when I grew up as a kid back in the 70s and 80s, and that's when I actually did that stuff. I was in my teenage years, and I was a little bit, I definitely was. I was troubled, like we all are, and yeah, I used to do that regularly, right up until I was probably early 30s. Right, I did that regularly, and but it was all illegal. You always had to call up. You had to have connections. Remember that you had to have connections, and you always had to call somebody up. And of course, it was all on phone lines. We didn't have cell phones back then. Make a call, and you'd have to go to a payphone, and you always had to talk in code with your dealer. I had one dealer. He used to say he had premium and he had high test, and he would talk about the different grades that he had. Like he had regular, then he had like the high test, which was like just that, like the real potent stuff. But he had a different grade for it, and of course, you always wanted the high test because high test was. But he had to use this term in case he was always thinking his phone was tapped, or that they were that cops are going to watch him because they figured if he was doing that. You see, so he had to talk in code, you see, and he didn't want, you couldn't say what it was. You had to use speak. And in fact, if he did, he'd get mad. Says, hey, if you do that again, I'm not going to have you come over here no more, because you'd always call him first and come over and you get your stash. You know what I mean? And yeah, you don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to hang around a schoolyard or make calls up and talk in code and pick it up and $50 for like two fingers or whatever it was. Remember that? And it was always like a dime bag was a couple of fingers. Then you had a nickel bag. Remember nickel bags, dime bags, quarter bags? They all called them that. Yeah, these are terms that we grew up with those. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm showing my age here, but that this was some of the terms we had to use. And there was always in those little baggies, those little sandwich baggies. They put stuff in there, roll it up. You keep it in your pocket. You keep your papers. And when you wanted one, you'd sit there and roll one up and you'd smoked it. Oh yeah, cook. And as you separated the seeds, you took the seeds out, you took the little stems out, and you had to clean it up a little bit, break up the buds, roll it up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was Yeah, but we were always doing that, kind of looking around, making sure the cops didn't see you, or making sure you didn't come out of the wrong place with this stuff. Yeah, because it was now everybody's just, it's all legal. Go to a dispensary, here you go. It's all pre-rolled stuff. It's all professionally rolled, and the stuff's potent. From what I heard, the stuff is super potent, not like the stuff we were getting on the streets in the 80s. This stuff is like hybrid. It's grown, and yeah. Okay, we're talking about marijuana now. Hey, I want to speaking of that, speaking about how it has grown too, right? Back when I was I had this job a couple of years ago. I used to deliver CO2, basically carbon dioxide. Now, typically carbon dioxide, as you know, is it's a lot of it's beverage grade. Well, you put the carbon dioxide into soda. The bubbles in your soda is carbon dioxide, right? And a lot of times they deliver it to these restaurants and they'd have these tanks and we delivered that and we charge it up. And now it was hazardous. It was considered hazardous because it was very, very cold and it was under pressure and it could freeze you instantly. It could blind you if it got in your face. I mean, it was dangerous stuff. It wasn't flammable or anything, but it was still under high compression and it was refrigerated. So, so I had to get, it was a hazmat. But anyway, my point is that up in Maine, I used to sometimes there was stops up in Maine. I'd drive up there and certain dispensaries had these and they'd have these tanks and we'd fill them up with carbon dioxide. And what it was these growing houses. Okay. Yeah, for that stuff. There was growing houses. What I guess what they did was they had them in these warehouses, okay, in Maine. And how they would grow this stuff, they would have these they would have these hot lights, these lights that emulated sunlight, of course, very like intense heating lights, but also they pumped carbon dioxide into the into these houses, these growing houses, mass quantities of them. And what is carbon dioxide to a plant but fresh air, isn't it? It's like pure, wonderful, massive doses of fresh air. So you're giving these things light. You probably get the really good high, great soils that you're growing them in, and you've got carbon dioxide being pumped in there regularly. Now, some of these dispensaries, like I said, some of them had multiple tanks, and whenever they needed, they just turned on these CO2 tanks, and they pump in the CO2 carbon dioxide in there, fresh air for these plants, stimulating massive growth along with the lighting and the soil. So yeah, they were making these super potent strands of this stuff, let's say. Okay. So I know I never was allowed in there. I mean, it wasn't like I went inside. I was always outside. I knew what they were doing in there. They were growing that stuff. But that was up in Maine. But New Hampshire, forget it. I mean, I was based out of New Hampshire where I was, but yeah, I had to drive to Maine and make the deliveries of some of these dispensaries. Yeah, that was common up there. That's how they grew it. Just a little bit of something I learned along the way, you know. So some of the high tech ones use CO2 and hot lighting, and they grow them inside. They're all grown inside, but you probably much have to because they probably have to be, like watched, protected. You can't just, people would, obviously, and these whole grow houses, they got cameras everywhere. They got cameras all over the place, and they got sensors and everything. I don't, obviously, I mean, because somebody might want to, break into the place and steal the weed. So I don't know. NO2, nitrous oxide. Are you saying that nitrous oxide? I would think nitrous oxide actually is that something that plants would breathe as well? I know CO2, that's carbon dioxide, and that's what plants breathe. I mean, obviously they change carbon dioxide into oxygen. We breathe out carbon dioxide from oxygen, so it's a kind of a symbiont's relationship we have with plants in a sense. I mean, every living thing, every animal life has that relationship with the plant life, of course, right? I mean, that goes without saying. We kind of know that, right? That's basic biology and science. Yeah. But excuse me. Yeah, but I still remember that. I still remember delivering the carbon dioxide to these places a couple of years ago. But, it's a shame. Like I said, I wasn't doing the stuff. I couldn't. In fact, I had to, I had to get away from the stuff, and here I am. Man, it's just I don't miss it. Insane trip, not for beginners. Okay, anyone heard of Sylvia Dinavirium? No, never heard of nitrous oxide. The same story sells big tanks, laughing gas, which is also nitrous oxide is, I believe, laughing gas. Isn't that right? Yeah, I have the refillable vape. You can put it in. Got the highest power dank in my pockets. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I know we got into the subject of talking about that. And I'm just running with it. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm just telling you my knowledge of it. It looks like we got some smokers out there and vapors. Yeah, we got the vapors and stuff. It is what it is. Um uh Well, anyway, people, though, that's I guess that's some of the things I got on my mind, though. As far as that goes. But uh, but anyway, if anybody has any questions about the MBTI, anybody want to jump me down a rabbit hole? Hey, speaking about that, talking about hooch smoking characters. Yeah, that whole thing I talked about White Rabbit there with Jefferson Airplane there. Yeah, that's where that whole rabbit thing came from. Remember that? When we talk about rabbit holes, I mean that's where that whole meaning came from. Is in Alice in Wonderland, and she followed that white rabbit down the hole, the one that was, he was late, and that's when it started the whole trip, didn't it? Yeah, that's where the old saying comes from, jumping down a rabbit hole, because you don't know where it's going to lead. You can go anywhere. So I use that term all the time. I mean, that's my term to just say, if you just want to go somewhere, go someplace kind of weird, go someplace deep, go someplace that's off the wall, that's off the chart, that's off the radar, let's say. That's the rabbit hole right there. That's the terminology that I try to use. I mean, how fitting right there, right? That's basically what that is. You know, this side has been on the dealer side, but I won't leave this leave that alone. Okay, all right. Um, hey, Indy, did you start doing that? You started talking about the smoker. Was that you that started this whole thing, Indy? I I noticed everybody started saying, yeah, "Oh yeah, I got my vape and my hooch over here and my thing," and he got me going too. You know what I mean? Hey, that's okay. Listen, if that's what we're gonna talk about, that's all right. I guess that's another element. Listen, I guess the thing is that INFJs, listen, we or introverted intuitives. Typically I think yes, there's so many different elements. There's so many paradoxical sides of INFJs, and I think there's a deep spiritual side to us. Being that we tend to we like to have our mind enhanced in a way too. I mean, I noticed that. I mean, as complex as our mind is, I've had INFJs tell me this. In fact, I did this when I was younger. I had gotten into this stuff as a younger man. Is the fact that our mind, in a sense, is being that it's as abstract as it is, being that we naturally have the introverted intuitive mind, and we see the patterns, we see the connections of dots within our intuition. Okay, that's just naturally where our mind goes. Now, I've even heard other let's say, other content creators here on YouTube. In particular, I heard Wen's. I'm going to give a little plug to my my little sweetheart Wen's. Okay, I had a crush on her when I first saw Wen's. I did. I did. She's cute, you know. I know she's a married lady. I know that. But one of my she had a video about how it's like INFJs are like being on drugs. Now let's just say you bump into or meet INFJ and you're just yo. And typically they have an aura about them. They have a even if they're not stoned. I'm talking about the NFJ. They may not necessarily be, but there's something about their aura, their presence, the way their mind grows, the way they think, the way they process information instinctively. It's almost like, in a sense, it's like that whole. It's like a. It's like a being on drugs. It's like a mind altering mindset. This is just naturally. This is just the way the INFJ is built. Is that we have a mind like that, that we are in a sense like a drug trip to other people. Now, sometimes other people might start um, feeling this. Sometimes people are. Um, I think the whole point of that video that I saw, that she was basically saying that that's part of who we are, our persona, our personality, is because of the way our mind works. Our functioning of our mind is so different than most other types. The way our alignments are. We have a very paradoxical mind as well. We have so many polar opposite um, um, inflictions in our mind in so many ways. I'm trying to come up with the right word for that. That it just it seems as though we're basically like in a drug trip in a way, even without being in one. Now, I guess a lot of times INFJs we sense this. This is who we are, and sometimes it's just in a sense, I mean, maybe smoking a little bit, doing a few mushrooms. I mean, what is it? Is it the fact that we are just trying to um intensify what we already have in our mind, the way we are typically, because we identify that. It's almost like our mind is already geared that way. And that was the whole point of this video, is that yeah, it's like INFJs are like being on drugs. I mean, just being with them, just being around them. And because of the way their mind works. It's a very deep. If you see, I think people we 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 are who we are. We think the way we are, and this is all we know. Okay, and if we were to jump into somebody else's mind, another type's mind, let's say, maybe a sensor type or any other type, mostly, maybe maybe especially sensor, maybe sensor extroverted types, maybe. You couldn't fathom that their mind, and maybe how black and white it is, how basically conventional it could be. I mean, we think of our mind as very deep and complex, and it's very elaborate, and we know how it's like it's a deep maze. It's a very intricate web of. It's a maze in a sense. The way when we can think, when we put our mind together and start going into the depths of our understanding of our piecing things together, especially with our intuition, especially when we start trying to see a deeper, solve a puzzle, let's say, look into somebody's, like motives, or just reading people. Our mind goes very deep. It starts going into that pattern recognition again right away, without us even knowing it. Those symbols, those stick figures, those characters that I had talked about before, just start piecing together. It's like weaving a web in a sense. It's almost like that. You can almost see like the little scrambled, like an image over here, and another image appears, and things are starting to just show up in your mind when the intuition starts kicking in without you really having control over it. Now you might then you can actually see the thinking kick in, where you're trying to piece it together, looking at these patterns and looking at them rationally. See, this is how I studied my own mind. I'm going to tell you the truth. I've actually seen that in so many times since I've started understanding my mind. I'd say, "Oh wow, I see this. I see these images going on." But I also But what reels me in is that introverted thinking, that logic where you start seeing it saying, whoa, no, you look at it. But a lot of times everything's going on subconsciously behind the scenes. These pattern recognitions are going on that you're not really seeing directly. It's like it's just it's very involuntarily in a sense. It really is, and it's deep. Okay. So I guess that's where that steered. That's the rabbit hole I just had to jump down. Is that yeah? I mean, that's our mind is already that way, and I think we tend to want to drift into these hallucinogens, these little things. It's almost a way of is it? It's I think it's calming in a way, and in some ways, I think INFJs we tap into these things um, because it's already so erratic already. You know, I wouldn't say it's calming us. It's not making us any more rational, but I think it just makes our mind deeper. It just takes it down a whole different avenue than it really is because it's deep already. It's already a cavern and of deep, intricate web of tunnels and caverns and everything. You start doing that stuff. What does it do? It makes it deeper, kind of twists it a little bit, distorts it a little bit, and just makes it a little more. I don't know. But then here's the thing that gets me though. When you do that, I think you're actually now here's the downside to that, people. Now I'm going to talk about this rationally. I'm coming from this from my heart, and I'm not preaching to you right now, but maybe I kind of am. But I think deep down, no, when you're doing this stuff, as you know, it's a mind altering. You know, you're mind altering. You're actually dulling your true intuition, though. You are trying to I mean, we have a level of intuition. A lot of times, sometimes we're accurate, especially the way it works. But when you start putting things in there like that, now I know it might be relaxing, it might be soothing, and it does. I know how that goes, and it takes our it takes us out of that irrational erraticness and pain of our life. Sometimes it's an escape. But what you're doing is you're dulling your intuition. Ultimately, though, when you put things in there you're taking away that the gift that you've been born with. In a sense, you're kind of dulling it. I mean, you still have it. You have it. You'll always have it. But in the moments that you're in it, you're dulling it a little bit. It's not as effective. It's not as clear as you would be when you distort it a little bit. That's one of the downsides you always got to remember. I guess that could be true with any type. I mean, it's going to distort your extroverted sensing as well. I mean, it's going to distort a lot of your functions. It's going to just alter a lot of things, not just your introverted intuition, not just that. Everything's going to be skewed a little bit. All your functions. I mean, it's just something to be aware of. I mean, that's all. You got to remember what it's doing too. Now I'm not trying to put down on things. Maybe I'm a little bit, but I'm not trying to. I'm just here. I am talking reality. I'm trying to put us down into rational thinking as well. What the reality of things is, because that's what I do too. I mean, I can sugarcoat things. I'm gonna laugh along with you. Okay, all right. But I also gotta tell you the real truth about things too, and that's part of who I am. And I think deep down, you know that. I think deep down we kind of do know that. Okay. Um, so all right, people. I want to see what you got reading down here, huh? I can't stop reading, people. It never turns off. Jason. Hey, Jason. I haven't seen you for a little while. A few couple of weeks. Good to see you back there, sir. How is it things going out there in the UK? I mean, how are you doing there, sir? Hey, if you've noticed, I got the brand new mic going here. Look at this, huh? Don't this look cool though? You got to admit that the mic is just cool. I look at this, say, wow, man, I feel like you know, I feel like a contender. You know, hey, remember when Marlon Brando in On the Waterfront when he said, "I could have had class, I could have been somebody, I could have been a contender." Remember that? Yeah. Well, this microphone, I don't know, it just makes me that contender. You know, I'm joking. I'm joking, people. Huh? But anyway, it's good to see you, Jason. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. That's why We that's why we need a lifetime to master our unusual skills. Yes, that's right. A skill set. Mastery becomes unavailable in our 40s. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. There's a certain time in our life, in our 40s, we change. Yeah, we do. We starting to fine tune um, ourselves. And again, that's some of the keys of our awakening as well. You're absolutely right. And even we go into deeper awakenings and changes into our 60s. Now, listen, people, that's where I'm at right now. Listen, I don't know what 70s and 80s are, but I do notice too that since I've gotten into I'm in my very early 60s right now. I do notice that yeah, things are changing even more so. I feel like the wisdom starts kicking in. I mean, the deep wisdom starts happening when you reach your like late 50s and 60s. It's like everything starts being like tried, true, and tested. Everything you tried and true and tested within you, all of a sudden, you have so many references to fall back on in your life. You know, now we're accumulating that every day as we grow. Every day we grow up, grow older, we're accumulating knowledge. We're having experiences. Maybe we've had to learn things the hard way. Maybe we've had to get burned a couple times in our life and we've had to learn that way. Now, there's been times things like that happen, but but every time you have that happen, as long as you don't repeat it, a- as long as it doesn't go in vain, as long as you learn from your mistakes, then at least you've learned something. You've gotten wise from it. It's the people that just keep making the same mistakes over and over again that don't learn from them. That's when you stagnate, I would say. But bottom line is when you start reaching your 60s of your life, I think that's exactly what happens. You start to um, understand you're fine tuning yourself. Like I said, your wisdom, everything that you've accumulated in your life starts becoming much more clear. Yeah, and you start seeing that. Just little things I'm starting to know. Uh, Indigo looks like I'm 35. You look like you're 35, Indy. Yeah. All right. The inner child healed will keep your body vigorous and your mind sharp, your heart open. Oh, yeah. Once you've healed that inner child, once you've integrated your shadows as well. Yeah, that's right. Hey, even our Lord did say, in order to return to the kingdom of heaven, you have to return to being like a small child. He made a reference to that in one of his gospels. You know, he did say that, yeah, you had to like be like almost return back to innocence in a sense. And that's what the Lord did say in one of his passages. I can't remember the exact wording. Maybe somebody knows what that was. Something about in order to, yeah, basically be accepted into heaven, you have to return to being like this little, like a child again. Figuratively, of course. He didn't expect you to go back to being a little kid, not literally, of course. That wouldn't be right now, would it? Huh? But figuratively, yeah, you have to go back to your innocence in a sense. Your mind has to become innocent all over again. All these toxic thoughts, all and during your awakening, your mind starts going back to more of an innocent purity in a sense. It should anyway. Not to say it happens to anything. Think that's what he meant because let's think about it. A child is innocent. They don't have that. They don't see corruption. They haven't had that influence of it. It starts being pumped into them as they get older. They start seeing the twistedness of the world. They start getting corrupted from it. They start reacting to it, right? And that's what basically taints our soul is over the course of our life. But as we find our true spirit, our true selves, as we awaken, authenticate, as we find that, our soul starts to change again. It goes back. I mean, all these things that toxicated us, that made us toxic, all these things that polluted our minds start to go away as we are being changed again. Yeah, so we start reverting back to that innocence. That's what the Lord meant by that in His own way. Okay, a wise and ancient child. Sometimes someone asked me out recently when I had to turn him down, saying, "Sorry, I'm old enough to be your aunt." Yeah, but then again, some aunts can be younger than their nephews or nieces, if that can make any sense. I mean, it can happen. I mean, yeah, I've heard of situations where aunts and nieces are almost around the same age, only off by a year or two. I mean, yeah, things can happen. Things can happen like that, you know. I mean, now usually our parents or our grandparents. I mean, that's a given. We know they're always quite a bit older than us, but be your aunt though. Okay. The mental state shines through. Yes, Indy. I look like I'm 25 too. Do you? Do you? Vamp, I bet you were. Yeah, I bet you would. I can only imagine how youthful all of you look out there. I mean, there's something about us. I know that's one of those trades. I know I look like I'm 70. I'm sure I look a lot older than I am, right? I know, especially when I had that beard. Remember the beard I had over the winter? You must remember I had the beard. You look at some of my earlier videos. In fact, some of these earlier lives from a few months ago, I had the full beard going. Yeah. I mean, you want to talk about putting on like 30 years of life, man. That beard is all white now. I mean, I got the dark mustache going, but the beard is totally white. It's like almost like Santa Claus, you know? You know? But once I take it off, it's like I shed like I'm telling you, 25 years come off just shaving the beard. It really does. You know, but I like the beard. I think it's cool in the winter though. I grew it out a couple of years ago and I grew it last year, and I was amazed how thick it got. You know, younger than my son. What's he thinking? She was in prison now. A wise and okay. Hey, we have 10 watching. Awesome. That's good to see. All right, we got 10 of us out there. I think we got Hey, I'm glad to see you back though, Indy. You were here last week, and I've seen you here I'm seeing you here tonight as well. It's good to see you joining the ranks of the regulars in here, you know. And of course, I've seen Jason come in. I've seen a couple said hello in there. I see a lot of familiar faces. Some people I've seen we sometimes I see sometimes I see us a lot, and then I see other people come and go. They come in, they go on. Yeah, that's good. This is good. I'm always glad to see some new faces out there. Okay, this is station identification. This is the INFJ experience. And I want to ask you something. Are you experienced? Okay. Station identification. Okay, now you know who we are. And now a word from Rolex. Hey, if you ever had one of those Timex watches and just want to look like a big shot, want to look all rich and classy, well, instead of getting a Rolex, we have the new Relics. That's right. It really looks expensive. It looks really, really fine and dandy, but it's really just made out of cheap metal, just to look all gaudy and gold. So people, get yourself a Relics and look like a big shot without being one. I'm only kidding, people. I don't know where that came from. I'm just kidding. I'm joking over here. I'm trying to get into commercial mode. You know what I mean? I'm. Jo- I don't know where this stuff comes from, people. I'm just trying to be a little bit funny over here. You know, you're my mushroom buddy. Oh, you're talking about me? Yes, I have a Rolex. Oh, you do have a Rolex, huh? No, the only reason I say that is because years ago, I think about 30 years ago, I did buy this watch. I think I got it at it was a department store. It was a good looking watch. It was like a nice watch. It looked gold, but it was called a Relics, not a Rolex, Relics. And it was supposed to look like the Rolex. And of course, it was much less expensive. It wasn't like a $3,000 watch. It was more like, 150 bucks. It was a good looking watch. In fact, I still have it. It was one of those watches that had the little watch battery in it. I haven't worn it in years though. It's more of a it was just something I got probably, like I said, 35 years ago. I mean, I bet I could find it. And I just threw that in there. I just got into one of those funny moments. That's all it was. Roll X. Yeah, there you go. Um, yeah, yeah. You're my mushroom buddy. Well, I figure there's a few of you out there, under the influence of your 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 whatever it is. So I got to throw out a couple of things. I got to throw out a couple. I could crack some really dirty jokes, but I really don't want YouTube to. I mean, I could get away with one or two, but I really don't like to. I don't want to push the YouTube button too much. So I try to. This is one thing I try to do is I try to avoid profanity. Now, people, you might type something in there, but I personally just I got to watch my mouth just for my sake. I'm trying to keep this to be it's I like to keep the place clean. I try to keep the channel clean. I mean, I may have innuendos, okay, and I may have a lot of like, you know, um, codes for things, but you know what I mean. But I do try to keep things clean though. That's all. My cat is being so cute. He scratched my tummy, daddy. Oh, gee, your cat, huh? Hey, is that the Cheshire cat by any chance? Hey, that's the Cheshire cat. Remember? He went that away. Yeah, that's right. From the old Alice in Wonderland over there, right? The cutest calico cat ever. Oh, I don't have a cat. Hey, believe it or not, people, I don't even have a pet right now. You know, um, I just don't. You know, but that's okay. That's just me. I'm thinking someday when I don't have when I'm retired, I might get a dog or a cat. Maybe when I'm retired. But right now I don't have that. But but if anybody's out there, would like to talk a little bit about have any questions, if anybody's new to the channel, if you'd like to say hello, you could leave a comment, leave a question. Okay, listen, people. uh, Bottom line is, listen. I'm all joking aside. All joking aside. Now, listen. I'm gonna joke and clown with you. All right, but all joking aside, I'm here to also try to enrich our lives. You know, I think that's what INFJs do. I think that's what we look for. We look to have sometime. We like to have some kind of meaning in our life. We like some kind of direction in our life as well. And again, I think sometimes sometimes things are eaten at us every so often, but maybe not, maybe not. I mean, it all depends. I think basically, like I said, sometimes we do get questions. Sometimes we like to know certain answers, but sometimes we just like to hang out too, just talk about stuff. You know what I mean? That's all. But bottom line is what I want to say is too is that ultimately, yeah, we're here to enrich each other's lives. Again, this is our sanctuary. I like to think this is a sanctuary. This is a personality sanctuary in a sense, and I mean, I would call it that. I mean, typically, as you know, it's really geared toward our personality. I mean, eventually, I'd like to encompass more, like more the introverted intuitive. I think I'd like to think it can resonate with all introverted intuitives, especially. But bottom line is, sometimes we do struggle in our life, and sometimes, a lot of times, actually, we know the struggles we have in our life, and I think as long as we address these things, and if somebody is struggling out there, maybe you're having issues with depression, sadness, loneliness, feeling isolated, feeling like you're all alone in the world, even amongst other people. Some of the things that are typical to our type. This is what I'd like to address sometime. Is just how to talk yourself through these things, because that's one of the drawbacks to our personality. I mean, as you know, we have wonderful attributes and we have amazing gifts of our personality. I mean, there's something magnetic about an INFJ. There's something very smart, very talented, very quick-witted, and very let's just say uh, there's a commanding presence about INFJs. Well, listen, all you people know you have these qualities. You see it in you every day. You have a certain aura about you. We all do have that. And sometimes people just they recognize this. They recognize that, and somehow we're able to, in a sense, I wouldn't say heal. I wouldn't say that, but sometimes we actually are able to enrich people. I mean, point people in the right direction. Sometimes even at the detriment of ourselves. Sometimes we're very over accommodating to people, and we might end up giving a lot of ourselves to other people. I mean, figuratively, of course. I mean, we may go all out of our way to make sure other people are seen for who they are, or heard for who they are. Okay, but I guess bottom line is that um, we also have that other side to us. We also have our curses. Okay, we're blessed and cursed. These are some of our attributes. But these curses, you know what? A lot of times we're the only ones that see them. We suffer alone a lot of times. Maybe there's been a time or two in our life. Maybe we've tried to express to people what's going on in our mind, express to people the sadness, the emptiness that we might have. And that's one of our, this is one of our detriments to who we are, is the isolation that we go through. And sometimes we feel very, very alone, even amongst other people. We feel like we have nobody to talk to, nowhere to turn, and we suffer in silence. We suffer alone. These are some of the drawbacks we have, and a lot of it stems with our isolation. And sometimes it's like a curse. We feel like we have nowhere to go. All right. And but I can only say from my own experience is that this is all part of your growth. I mean, we're built this way. We're built to withstand and endure these trials and tribulations in our life. In our isolation is our version of let's say a nature's way of gathering strength. And I've said this before. Of course, in order for anything to grow stronger, anything to grow wiser, stronger, physically stronger, it has to suffer. I mean, if you when your muscles don't work, when they are not worked, when they're not exercised, what happened? They don't get strong. They stay weak. But when you stress your muscles now, I know there's some people out there that work out for a living. When you work out for a living and you ride that treadmill, you pump up that iron. I mean, yeah, you make those muscles hurt. But what happens is they become more defined. They become better. They stretch. They become stronger, more defined. Yeah, they become what they were intended to be. Now, these muscles, when they're stressed, when they're worked, when they're ached, yeah, they become better. They become what they were intended to be. They become the shape and size that they were meant to be. Just as our mind and our soul is that way. Okay. And I guess bottom line is, as you know, introverted intuitives, INFJs, yeah, they are built from the inside. They're introverted, and for a reason. But these bouts are not curses. Sometimes we go through our life believing that our life is cursed, that we're alone, we're isolated, and we're somehow left that way. And we're even socially awkward, where we might reach out for people. We're looked at as a little bit strange, a little bit odd, a little bit weird for who we are. And at times even we're shunned for that. So we even try to reach out, and sometimes we don't find that, and we're very misunderstood. But you got to understand, though, people, these drawbacks are your strength. It's the same thing. The times that you're aching, your heart aches, the times you feel isolated. This is strengthening you. It may not seem it. It may seem like you're being weakened. You maybe feel like you're being tortured. You're being toyed with. But these are forging moments. All I can say is that it's all gonna eventually someday, depending on how you how you endure this within yourself, will determine how you evolve in your life as well. And yeah, I mean that's all part of the growth of who we are. We're built the way we are. We are built to endure this kind of thing in order to become spiritually socially wise, because everything that we have within us that we find as a drawback, all these drawbacks that we say, these curses, become filled someday, become filled with a sense of peace, a sense of comfort, a sense of fulfillment. And then you'll realize that that whole time, that empty spot in your heart that you had was meant for you, that you were meant, you were chosen. Yeah, people, you're chosen to be this because deep down, um, you were meant to find salvation. Now, listen, everybody's got their own individual path, and it's very, it's not a pleasant path sometimes. But bottom line is, you'll start to understand that when you find peace, when that empty spot in your heart becomes filled with peace and joy, and just an understanding that you're a sense of fulfillment, then you'll know that it was all by design. It was all for something. But sometimes it takes your lifetime. It takes you a majority of your lifetime to discover that. Okay. And that's the essence of our experience. That is the essence of who we are, people. That is what our life is. Now, I say this because this was about my experience. Okay. And this is, I'm expounding my experience to you, what I found. Okay. So if anybody's out there on the fence who's just, if listen, if you've just stumbled across this and you've heard me say that, then you're not alone. You're not alone. This is who we are. Okay. But you're gonna, that's who you, that's what your life is. Okay. And that's why you are who you are. Um, again, like I've said before too, it came to me one time, and I've told this story before. I'm going to say it again. Maybe some of you might not have heard me say this, but I had an epiphany one time. One of the most amazing epiphanies I've ever had. In fact, it was so it was so profound. It almost, I don't know. I might have welled up. I think I did, but I mean, it was one during one of those bouts where I was just wondering why do I why am I so isolated? Why do I feel so alone? Why do you leave me alone? So when you are in the pit of that spot of loneliness in your heart, what do you do? Oh, excuse me. What do you do? You reach for something beyond you. You are reaching for something to fulfill you. And who is that? Your spirit, God. Eventually, eventually a knowing comes in to say, you are this is your life. You were left alone to find me. Quote, I mean, not find me. I'm saying this is in quotations. God will answer you back because you are meant to find me. This is why you are alone. Now, that one, it may seem innocent. It may just seem like just words, but this was an epiphany one day that I found out. I says, that's what it is. That's why we're left alone, because there's that empty spot, because we're striving, we're searching, we're driving. We're empty for a reason. We want to be fulfilled with something. Something has to fill that. And if nothing of this earth can fill that, then what's going to fill you? What is it? If nothing, if nobody, if nothing is there to fill that, and you always feel it, you're always isolated. What's going to fill it? God, your creator, the one that created you in his image. Okay. And that's what it is. That was left alone for you to find that. Now, we're in a sense, I think that's part of what makes INFJs a chosen. Not all of us. I mean, we all have a different, a unique, and individual path in our life. But in a sense, we are a chosen type in a way because of things like that. Because we have a spiritual um, yearning. And that loneliness in our soul is our spirit always crying, looking, striving for that. Okay. And eventually it will be filled. Okay. Trust me. Eventually that spot becomes filled. Okay. But nothing on this earth will fill it except except your creator, the one that you were created in the image of. Okay. Um, okay, I got some comments going here. I know you people are just you're talking. I've always considered myself. Let me sexual spectrum, but it feels like it's changing with age, or maybe I'm just bored all over again. I'm still attracted to women though. Oh, uh, Harp, you just okay. All right. Uh, maybe I just need a sugar mama that pays for all my food and gives me gas money. Oh, does that ever happen? Usually it's always you get sugar mamas out there doing that for you. Yeah, that'll be the day. Keep looking for one of those, huh? I suppose there could be some out there, you know. Yeah. Yeah, but you know, the thing is this, Harp, I guess you're like a big Chad guy, right? You're all like buff and like worked out, you know. Maybe get yourself one of those rich widows, you know what I mean? You know, what do you think about that? You get one of those rich widows or maybe those rich women and they want like a Chad guy to, you know, they could just, you know, and then there you go. There you go. You get one of those and all of a sudden maybe getting good there and you get well, I don't know why I'm saying that. I couldn't help myself. You know what I mean? You're talking about a sugar mama over here. Oh my gosh. Hidden harp too funny. Indigo through never had one. The personality pill. That is hilarious. I understand. I had a sugar mama and she was crazy. Jumped from my moving vehicle before I could slow down and then let her out. What? You had a sugar mama jump from your moving vehicle? Come on, man. What happened, huh? Hey, people, I gotta shut my window here. All right. Yo. Oh gosh. I gotta shut my window. All right. All right. Look at that. Look at that. A little I tell you, I love this little camera. Hey, you want to see what he looks like? Hey, you people want to see the camera? You gotta see the face on this guy. This little camera. Let me show you something. Right? Okay, there you go. There you go. Wait, come on. No, look that way. No, no, no. Look over here. There you go. Uh-oh. Hey. Whoa, check it out, man. You've entered another dimension. A dimension of sight and sound, but of mind. A wondrous oh man, hey, look at that, man. Hey, wow, it looks like a okay. I'm sorry, people. I couldn't really get the thing to mirror. I thought I was gonna mirror that thing, you know. All I got was kind of a picture and a picture and a picture and a picture kind of deal, you know. That was kind of creepy, wasn't it? All right. I hope it didn't scare anybody. I know people are on shrooms out there, you know, smoking smoking stuff. You know, they're gonna think I'm trying to like, you know, strip everybody out over here, you know. I'm not trying to turn my show into one of those, you know what I mean? I was just trying to show you the camera. For some reason it wouldn't let me do that. I know. Okay. All right. I couldn't get the camera in there. I was thinking if I showed the camera on the screen, it would show you the camera, but the camera can't look at itself unless I show it in a mirror. I need a mirror. I got to hold a mirror up to it, and then you can see the that's what I got to do. You don't show the screen. All right, I should have known that, but I don't have a mirror in front of me. That's the only thing is, all right. Uh, could you open the portal that way? The fractured mirror, infinite loop. I know. Did you see that? I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to show you the camera. You heard my explanation, but oh Lord, the gas station's here. I just yeah, I should have known better than that, you know. I should have. But care, careful, you can open that portal that hey, sometimes does your mind ever look like that? That's another explanation. Sometimes I think I did a video on that way back. Hey, one of my earliest videos, I this is back when I was first starting out, right? I actually took my cell phone and I took a mirror and I took a mirror behind me and I kind of zoomed into it, like that whole mirror in a mirror effect where it kind of goes infinite like that. And I was saying, now this is an explanation of the INFJ mind. And I was basically showing myself way, way deep in like the mirror holding my phone. And I was just trying to give you an example of what introverted intuition looked like because sometimes it goes deep like that. It just has that infinite. That's a good indication of what introverted intuition was, how the mind goes in the I was trying to draw that analogy. Now that what I just did was kind of the same thing right there, don't you think? Just a little bit, maybe. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, every breath of air in here is expensive. Oh, California. Hey, hey, see, Indy, Harp is from California, and so are you, and so am I. I'm actually born in San. We were born in San Diego. Remember that, Indy? And Harp is from there. Yeah, San Diego. That's right. Born and raised in San Diego. I was raised up until I was about 7 years old, and then I moved to Massachusetts, Boston. Well, I went Lynn, Massachusetts. Just moved here from Brazil. We knew that. Yeah, Hidden Harp is from Brazil. Hey, there you go. We did say that before. Um, yeah, but anyway, whole personality pill here. Jethro. Oh no, that is, in my opinion, the worst state for an INFJ to be in. Oh, are you talking about California? Oh yeah. Um, well, California, yeah, it's come to Texas, it's real here. I wanted to move to Texas at one point. I did want to move there, but like I think I told you the story. I just didn't do it though. Jethro. Here can be a hot mess. I love the food. Hey, can I ask you people a question? Does this microphone sound better than the one I had on my phone back before? I bet it does, right? This must have a very professional sound to it. I'm almost wondering. Funny thing is, I tried doing a sound check earlier and it wouldn't even let me do a sound check. Maybe I don't think I can get the live stream through the speakers even. The microphone is nice and crisp. Oh, good, good. Thank you. I was just wanting an opinion how it must have sounded. That's good. I kind of thought it would be. I mean, the way they described this thing it would be. Yeah. Well, that's good. So, um, well, we have 11 still watching, and we have 14. We have 14 thumbs up on this live, huh? That's not too bad, huh? Yeah, I've been to 22 states, and Texas is one of my favorite states. The food is amazing. Has anybody ever visited the New England part of the US of A? I would imagine we have a few. I mean, occasionally I do. I didn't know if anybody from that area has. I mean, listen, I mean, I think New England has its own ups and downs. Yes. Oh, Crystal. So, Crystal, you have visited New England, have you? I mean, I think, I mean, I'm not trying to do a plug for New England or anything. I mean, it just happens to be where I live. I'm up here in New Hampshire and I grew up out here. I mean, it was almost by default. It was just, hey, I should have grown up in San Diego. It's just that my mom and dad got divorced when I was like, 3 years old, and my mom just had to move back where she came from. I mean, my parents were from here originally, and so yeah, I just had to move back here. But hey, it was me and my brothers. I was just a kid back in 1972. I moved back out here January 7th, 1972. I even remember the date. I don't know why I've always I felt that was a significant date, even at 7 years old. In fact, I was not quite 7 years old. I was just a couple of weeks away from turning seven. And but I knew at that age for some reason I thought I'm going to remember the date that I moved to Massachusetts. And even at that age, I still remember. Yeah. It was January 7th, 1972 was the first time I landed in Logan Airport in Boston. And I still kind of remember the first thing I remember what, right? You're a kid, right? And I grew up in Southern California, right? So I was getting off that plane after being on the plane for like 3, 4 hours, coming east, and it was dark. And then, of course, those big old tunnels they put on the tarmac. They put those tunnels that kind of link you in with the to get you off the plane. A big old like a telescopic tunnel that links up with the door. So I remember walking through that, getting off the plane. Now there was a part where it wasn't quite sealed up. It was like it met the door, but there was still a big gap in there. There was like a few inches of a gap, but cold air was coming in there because it was in January, so it was wintertime, right? And me being from California, I never felt cold air before, actual cold air from outside, other than like, let's say, a refrigerator or a freezer. And I felt the cold air go through the crack of that door. And that was the first time I felt cold air. I still had a memory of that. Just feeling that cold air go through the crack in that plane when I came to Boston. And of course, I still remember like seeing snowbanks and snow, and that was something I never seen before. Never seen that in Southern California until that day. But these are little memories I had. I remember that just left such an imprint in me. The first day I arrived in Boston, I remembered the date and I remembered exactly the very time I felt cold air for the very first time. Imagine that, huh? And little did I know I'd spend pretty much the rest of my life just settling down in that region, you know? So that was it. I don't know. That's just a little bit of history there. That's all. So, mob boss, ugh, typos galore. Hey, they were calling me a mob boss last week because I had the blazer on. I got a whole bunch of people telling me I look like I could be in a mafia movie. Remember that? I remember that last week. I had the blazer on. Now you see how this changes. I just got a regular shirt on today. I just have a regular, polo shirt kind of thing. I don't look like the mob boss anymore, though. I throw a suit jacket on there, and all of a sudden I do, right? I guess it was all in that blazer, and that's what it was. Oh yeah. My cat does more crazy things when it comes back. That's what I was talking about. You got so redundant. It got so redundant. Oh, I see what you're saying. It was getting redundant. I know what you mean, Indy. Yeah. It was starting to be, hey, that's Burt Reynolds. Hey, that's somebody called me another name, and I had to look up who it was. I didn't know who it was. Ron Perlman, right? Somebody said I looked like Ron. I'm saying, who the heck is that? So I looked up Ron Perlman, and I says, that guy. He's got a real rough looking face. I mean, it's hard to describe. He was the guy. I guess he was in one of the remakes of Beauty and the Beast. He was the Beast guy. They threw makeup on the guy, and I says, "Oh, really? That guy?" Somebody says I look like him. I'm like, I just had to look at. I had to look him up. And says, "Gosh." I mean, he real rough looking dude. Just had that face. I says, "I think I look like that." No, the police is shutting down the freeway. Frick. Uh, yeah, that's good. Okay. Well, we got 11 watching. We got 11 holding on today, too. That's good. That's awesome. So, is there anybody new to the channel today? Anybody? I know we had one new that came in earlier, and I think they hung around for a little bit. Now, what I wanted to do was, is there any way I can check and I want to just check my analytics if that. Hello, hello. Oh, how you doing, people? Can you hear me? All right, I think we're back on. I think we got it. I had to. I do apologize for that, people. Okay, you do forgive me. I guess I just learned a very valuable lesson. I went and checked analytics. I pulled it off. I thought it was similar to the way I used to do things, and I froze up. And then I saw that. All right, I had to go back online. I do thank you for sticking around for that and knowing I'd finally figure it out. But again, I'm kind of learning on the fly this whole business here, this job, as you can see, and I'm glad you people stick through all my. my mishaps. That's why I love you people out there because you know, for all my little flaws, for all my imperfections and all my dumbassness about sometimes you stick through, you stick around. And I got to say, you're very loyal for that. You know, thank you. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm glad I found you back again, people. I did see some things posted in there. Harp, I did see a thing. Hey, Tom, if you can see this to, you know, restart your live, and that's what I was trying to do. I had to. I was just looking around to see where exactly the live button was, and I had to. I poked around. I did a couple things, clicked a few buttons. You know, kind of like trying to figure out that sports car without the manual kind of deal, like I talked about. Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, sometimes I use that as an example of our mind, but in some ways, it's like just navigating and figuring out how to keep alive on YouTube is like the same thing. You know, just poking around, trying to hope you find the right little window to get things back in order. You know what I mean? Well, I did. Now at least I learned something. So that's good. That's good. I'm glad you're all sticking around and hanging around. And if anybody did duck out, if anybody just didn't know what the deal was, if they thought they lost me, hopefully they'll come back. That's all I can do. I can hope people come back if they will. Well, I'm glad you're sticking around. Now, again, I just yeah, like I said, all I did was wanted to check out the live chat. I just wanted to see what we had going on here, and that's what I had. So um, yeah, personality pill. You back? Yeah, I'm back here. I'm here too. Vamp, I did see you were going to stick around, Vamp. I saw that. I saw you say, I help. I get faith. They'll figure it out. I saw your little message. I'm like, oh man, that's like, I'll get this. I'll figure it out. You know, I just don't want to let them down over here. You know. So, all right. Well, anyway, that's good. That's good. We all came back though. Anyway, um, yeah. So, I just had to check analytics. I do notice that there's always a spike in views, obviously, when I check, you know, when I go live, obviously. Yeah, people are always coming and going. I must say though, last week, if I do a vertical live though, vertical lives always seem to it's almost like a full moon. Like it just brings in a whole different algorithm. In fact, oh, excuse me, people. Yeah, in fact, we were talking about that a couple of times, how that happens, but that is what it is. So, okay. Hold on. I gotta. Uh, my little guy, he's my camera for some reason now, but because have, I gotta learn not to mess with my equipment too much. When I start playing around, I start losing my for some reason my camera. Remember he was all like moving around and all that. Now he's just kind of frozen and I can't get him to refocus. I really got to just stop playing with things, you know what I mean? I guess you just don't play with you're just not supposed to play with the equipment. You're supposed to just leave it. You know, you set things up. You know, like I said, you know, instead of me grabbing the thing, trying to show you a little camera, and I move it around. Now he's like, he's not moving. Now he's like fixed. You know what I mean? And now I'm like kind of ducked down here a little bit. So I don't know. But anyway, we are all the realists. Yeah, that's right. Hidden harp. We can hear you now. What happened, LOL? Yeah, I just had a little bit of a technical difficulty. Hey, what would be my what let me tell you something, Lish. What would be my live broadcasts without a little technical difficulties going on at some point? It just wouldn't be me, you know. Something's always going on with me, you know. But I finally figure it out. Somehow I finally make it work. You know, it takes a little bit of time, but you know, I do make it work, but sometimes it's a rough ride. Sometimes sometimes I get I'm not quite all that technically savvy, I guess you could say, but I try. I'm trying my best to be, but it is what it is, you know. Um, but muted. No, I'm not muted, am I? Can you hear me all right? Everybody, what says but muted? I'm here too. I think you should be able to hear me all right. Yeah. I mean, I can't do a sound check anymore for some reason. All I could do is no, the sound is on. Okay. No. Okay. I would imagine. Yeah, we hear you. I thought so. I just saw a but muted thing. I would think so. I would hope that once this there's a little green light on this microphone, and if I wanted to, I can hit that. It'll go red. I can mute it on my end now. This is something that I couldn't do before. I couldn't mute myself if I wanted to, but now that I got the mic, I could do that if I want to mute it. So if I want to cough or if I want to say something like some if I want to say something under my breath and I'm like, I'll turn it off and I can swear and say a bunch of things, then you won't hear me. Then I'll go back on and pretend nothing happened, you know. Well, I wouldn't do that, you know. I don't know. I'll try not to do that. I did mute it when I went to use the bathroom, though. I just thought, yeah, I know. Maybe this microphone is so good, people might hear me, you know, using the toilet. And I don't want people to have to hear that. So let's mute that. You know, that's nobody has to know that stuff, right? I don't know how good this might be that good. I don't know if you know what I'm saying, right? Sometimes we just can't help to fidget. I honestly do it. My partner tells me to do it. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I should just leave well enough alone and stop doing that stuff and all that, you know. But okay, let's get up a little closer. I'm just trying to meet my camera so I don't look so scrunched down here. Tom is keeping it classy. Well, thank you, Lish. Of course, I try to keep it classy. I only like I said, I try to make sure that you know. There's only there's only one thing you've really got in your life. I mean, you know, one thing we really have. I mean, people can have lots of money, they can have lots of things, but you know, your own dignity and your own class and your own um yeah, you know, what you have, your own character is something that you have to I mean, you have to maintain it, you know? I mean, once you lose your character, once you go down a certain way and you try to come back from that, you're never the same, you know? So, well, not only that, I just try to make sure that this is you know, somewhat of a classy, at least dignified channel, you know? Like I said, I don't want to swear. I mean, I might goof around, laugh about stuff, I'll do things, but I try to watch my language. I mean, I don't want to get in the habit of throwing around a lot of bad words, things that I might I might get you know, if I say things too often, if you use too many F bombs, let's say, in like I don't know, a course of like an hour or too many F bombs in the course of a certain amount of time, YouTube will see that and it doesn't go good for your channel. I mean, you can drop one here and there. You can say you can say swears and they'll go through. But you're allowed a certain amount. I do believe I read that somewhere, but they just don't want you F bomb in every other sentence, you know, like just foul mouth, you know, but they're only allowing a couple here and there. That's how they are. Same thing with the, you know, any of the profanity things. I mean, there's certain things you got to watch out. So I figure, you know what? Don't risk it. Don't push it at all. Just keep it clean. Keep it classy all the time. I don't want to push any. I'm not going to push anything like that. I'd rather just keep it that way, you know. But so if you ever hear me drop an F bomb, I must be really upset. I must be really mad about something, you know, because then I go into like my shop mouth. You know, when I'm at work or something, I might drop the F bombs when I'm with the guys at work. You know what I mean? But that's work. That's a different environment. I'm not going to bring that here. That's all. Yeah, gotta have respect. Yeah, yeah, of course, gotta have respect. I mean, you know, considering I don't really get much respect. You know what I mean? I'll tell you. Yeah, yeah, I get no respect. I could do a Rodney skit, but no. I think I did one of those a couple of times, you know. But no, I'm glad y'all stick around. I really am glad y'all stick around, you know. But if anybody's new to the channel, like I said, if anybody's out there that now listen, sometimes I like to know that that eventually we 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 do some good to the world for the world. I mean, sometimes I think bottom line is I think that what we do here, when I say we, I mean us. I mean as far as come on, there you go. Let's get that camera down right there. All right, I had to do that by hand. What I mean by us, I mean, we're all in this together. I mean, yeah. And I mean, I'm here because I keep thinking that people are going to stumble across this the way I did, the same way I did. And this is why I do this because I know what it did for me. I know what finding an algorithm and finding this YouTube channel did for me. And when I was in it, and it just made so much sense. And I just know how finding out my MBTI type helped me out. And it just helped me to start understanding who I was. And if I could reach people, and every so often they're going to find somebody that could be in a bout of confusion of pain within themselves. It could be INFJs, it could be introverted intuitives that are in those parts of their life where they are isolated, okay, and they're in those bouts of sadness, and it's just a way of saying you're not alone. Okay. There's other people that'll understand you. We've all been there. Okay. And this is part of who we are. Okay. And if people just stumble across this and understand that this is their personality type and that I make a difference and maybe talk somebody off the ledge because you just never know. I know how I was. I know what kind of life I had when I was 16, 17 years old into my 20s, and I had a very, very troubled life. And I did, like I said, I ran away from home. I've told this story a couple of times to you before. I know some of you that are on this channel regularly have heard that I ran away back to San Diego, talking about California. Yeah, talking about. I know Jethro. You said that it's a horrible state for INFJs, meaning what California, as you said. Well, I mean, it was 40 years ago, but I ran away back home to San Diego, looking for my father. Okay, and I did tell that story, and I spent many months living on the streets in San Diego, just kind of going from like soup kitchens, even getting a false ID so I could pretend I was at least 18 years. I wasn't even 18 years old. I couldn't even legally do anything as far as that goes. And even for me to sell a little bit of like plasma from my blood to make just like a handful of money just so I could get something to eat, I had to get a fake ID. But I was doing stupid stuff like that, even, selling like blood. And occasionally I even went to Tijuana. I went to Tijuana, Mexico, did the same thing, got the fake ID, figured I could go down south of the border. Went to Tijuana, did the same thing. And I did that a few times. I mean, because that's what you did. And I spent months. I spent months just doing that. So bottom line is I was slowly killing myself without me even knowing. And I was only like 16 years old, just doing stupid stuff, trying to find myself, trying to find my dad because my childhood was painful. Um, I mean, was it dramatic? Someone my parents might say I was just being dramatic and I was over the top. And my mom even tried to play it down that I didn't have it that bad. But yeah, but then again, I mean, even my brothers tried to play it down when I got back. I overreacted. I just did it because I didn't know how good I had it, that kind of stuff. I got that stuff when I got back. And I mean, at the time, I mean, I just know things were going on in my life. School was kind of crappy. I didn't like the teachers. I didn't like the school I was in. I wasn't having any kind of answers at home. I ran away, you know. But bottom line is for me to have to for me to grab $100 from my house and grab a bus and go cross country. Things couldn't have been good. I mean, basically with the shirt on my back, with the clothes I was wearing, and I spent months out there just bumming around, afraid to call my house. I figured, being hungry, sleeping in like alleys, sleeping in in Balboa Park, let's say, in a sleeping bag or blankets was more of an option than what? Calling my house, calling my mom to let her know where I was. That's how, yeah, I guess. But I guess my point is that I would hate to think that somebody else was so confused, so lost, so misunderstood in their life at that age that I was, that they do something like that because many times it could have cost my life. I could have done something stupid. I could have been led into the wrong hands and and things could have happened. Luckily they didn't. They never did, but those things could have happened. So I'm here for that. I'm here for that, thinking that somebody might hear my voice, hear what I have, and testify to who we are, and to know we had a hard life, and to if we could save somebody from going down that road, and understand that they're not alone, and that's why I do what I do. Okay, that's basically what it's all about. Okay, so I guess it's kind of like one of those IN hotlines. You get like, you got those, well, I don't want to say it, but those unalive hotlines, you know, AA anonymous. Um, you know what I mean? Well, I don't know if that's a hotline or not. I don't know if that's what this is, but it kind of is. I mean, it's our way of just being here, being on call, being on like, hey, somebody might just see that and then like I did with me and just wow, then it would be a revelation to them, but they won't feel alone. Bottom line is uh, feeling alone, like you have nobody to talk to. We go through that. This is my life, people, and you know that. And that's one of those things we all testify to that. And I think that's why we like each other because we don't feel alone. We got this little bit of a sanctuary we get to hang around in, even if it's at 2:15 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. I mean, I know it's a different time zones everywhere, but it's early in the morning where I am. And I'm out here doing this. Somebody out there might see the rebroadcast even. Maybe somebody sees these because I noticed the rebroadcast get watched as well. And the message is still there. Message is still being heard. So somebody out there is going to know that you're not alone. There is an answer out there. Okay, yeah. So that's basically it. Tom, that's beautiful. Well, thank you, Vamp, and so are you. Yeah, your soul is so beautiful. Thank you so much. Hidden, best of luck. Oh, what's up? Bet I need a shot first. We wish me luck. What are you doing? I got to try to harmonize and be nice to mom tonight because she visited. She visited to cook dinner. I thought your mom lived in Brazil somewhere. Harp. I thought your mom was back home. Is she in the United States or does she visit from Brazil? I can't remember. I thought you said she was still in Brazil. So, but if she has hey, does she cook a good feijoada? I think we talked about that before. I've eaten Brazilian food. I love Brazilian food. In fact, I told you I visited Brazil back in the late 90s. I had a story where I went down there. Yeah, I know. In my travels, I've been to Brazil too. I spent 10 days out there. I flew down to Brazil, down to Sao Paulo state. Yeah. I think I told you that story. I mean, it was eye-opening. It definitely was a change. Going to a country that spoke all Portuguese too. I even tried learning a little bit of Portuguese. I've almost forgotten all of it. I mean, I know how to say obrigado. I know thank you and por favor, please. Kind of like Spanish. I picked up a couple of phrases that I forgot. I mean, I remember little bits and pieces about Portuguese, but I was actually learning that language so I could go down there just so I could order something. You know what I mean? Order something from a restaurante. Things like that. But no, I thought I really did. I thought you. I did. I thought your mom lived in Brazil still, but I could be wrong. What do I know, right? Um, but anyway, so I remember I saved my I saved a life 1:30 in the morning when I did a night shift. One of my coworkers had saw someone on the edge of the water bridge pacing, but she's scared to walk up to him. But I said would I would walk to them. Oh, really? Somebody was like on the fence. What did they want to? Did they want to jump or something? You mean somebody was like planning to do something to themselves, and you talked them off the ledge, basically? Well, I mean, well, that's nice. That's nice. Um, sometimes, sometimes people are that's their only option. I'd hate to think. I never wanted to get to that point. I mean, I know sometimes we have thoughts of that, and sometimes people do that. They might unalive themselves. I mean, that happens. Um, I mean, whether or not we get that depressed, is it possible? Has anybody with our personality done that? I can't speak for that. I can imagine somebody might have done that, but it's really sad when somebody gets to that point that they have nothing to they think there's nothing to live for, and they do that. That's especially if they're just if they feel that alone, if that's what induces that, because you know it's really something to think that the human animal is vast and deep as they are. I mean, yeah, they will. Occasionally that happens. That people can get that down and out. I mean, sometimes we might call it cowardice. Occasionally, we might say that people are cowards for doing that. In some way, but at the same time, I mean, it is a shame that people get to that point in their life if they have no will to live, that they want that's their only option is to do things like that. You know, yeah, yes, they were talking about it. I s- I sat them for a very long time, but it was very night because I didn't know what it was and what was the same night I found out my youngest brother had the same thought. Oh, really? Oh, okay, I see that. Um, well, if you actually intervened a little bit and talked somebody out of it, sometimes that's all they need. Sometimes they just need to know somebody cares about them enough to even a stranger just to stop by and say, "Don't do it." Just think about it. You hear stories about that every so often. A complete stranger just sees that happening and they decide to make they say something and it changes their life and they don't do it. Yeah, they think no. I mean, you hear about that every so often. Well, if you did that, vamp, and you prevented that, then you were meant to be there. You just were. And I can only imagine. Listen, I don't know you personally. I just know you from your text here, but I've known you for quite a few weeks, many, many weeks, even a couple of months or so since you've been doing these chats with us here. And just from your comments, from what you say on here, I think you got a very warm heart. I can detect that you have a very warm, soft soul. Okay. This is just my intuition talking. I mean, you're here and you seem to be drawn to this channel and you're drawn to this network here, and I'm glad you are. And I can only imagine that you must have a very, very warm side to you. And if you are this type personality, yeah, you do have that. And you have that effect. And if you did that, then yeah, you were meant to do that. Okay, you were meant to enter somebody's life at that moment and just to divert their life, just to sway their thinking, just to prolong it, just to give them something to think about. And sometimes that's how small the edge is for these people in their mindset. They could be right on their like right on that ledge, and all they need is just one voice to say, "No, please don't do that. Think about it." And that buys them time, and then they'll think about it just because somebody, even a perfect stranger, said so. I mean, maybe not always that case, but that's all it takes just to sway somebody. Okay. So you were that person at that time. That was I commend you for just being there at the right place, right time. Okay. All right. Um, no, I never quite had anything like that happen. Although I did have a situation where I had a car wreck where I helped a woman out of a car, but it was a very I think I told that story here, but unfortunately, I did the best I could. I mean, you kind of like human instinct kicks in sometimes when you see like let's say a car accident and you're on site and all you can do is run to that and want to save somebody because it's a human reaction. I think it's a human instinct to want to assist other people like that. Um, but not. But sometimes things are so out of your control. Somebody might have been so injured that you can't do anything about it. You can try, but that's what happened in this situation here. Well, this is many many years ago. This was like over 30 years ago that happened. But um, sometimes the psychological trauma that you do to yourself too. But it was worth it. I mean, I do that again, only to know that. I mean, that was where my heart was. I mean, a car went off the road. It flipped over a bunch of times. There was a woman hanging upside down, and I helped get her out. And so there was another guy, another perfect stranger there. There was a bunch of us trying to help her out a little bit. The car was upside down, but she was in my arms. I tried to get her out. She exhaled. She breathed out, and she like took her last breath of air when I was holding her up. The only thing is now she did pass away, but you know what? I mean, months went by and I couldn't get that out of my head. Almost a year went by where every day I thought about that. Every day I thought, and I almost blame myself for doing that. I thought, it was because I had something to do with it. You always stop blaming yourself. And you have to tell yourself, look, my heart was right. You have to almost tell yourself, my heart was in the right place. I didn't do that. I tried to help her. Even though it didn't happen, it would have happened no matter what. You have to all you have to talk, you have to tell yourself your heart was in the right place. And I can only imagine sometimes these EMTs or these police officers, occasionally you hear about them having to go to therapy because maybe they think that they did something where that they caused something. Maybe their intent was to help, assist, but in other words, but their actions actually caused somebody to lose their life, let's say. Okay. And sometimes they go into deep depression. They quit, they want to quit their job, they can't do it anymore. They go into depression, they start escaping into alcohol. You hear stories like this where these people have survivor's guilt. That's what they call that. But I can only imagine that the only thing you can do is just, let them know that your heart was in the right place. Your heart was pure. Okay. And your intentions were good. And it has to come through to that. I mean, it has to finally sink in that, okay, enough time has passed by. You've reckoned it in your mind enough to say, but that's what your intention was. Your intention was not to have them pass because of you, even though it happened. Depending on the situation, obviously. I mean, but or you have to just convince yourself that it was surely an accident. Your heart wouldn't have done that. Your intentions never would have brought it to that. The circumstance led it to it. But it's hard to convince your mind that sometimes. You could tell yourself that, but still the guilt is always going to mess with your mind for the longest time too. Yeah. And I think it takes a strong mind to finally realize that you have to troubleshoot it and realize where your heart lies. That's the only thing that gets you out of it. Really. I'm speaking from my own experience as well. I didn't go to any therapy. I didn't do anything. And I've thought about it for about a year. Months went by. I even had weird dreams. I'd wake up and I'd swear I'd see her like I thought I'd see her like laying there with her eye open, like with no life in there. And but That's all I could do to get past that. And many times, sometimes I think that's what we do. We end up cringing a lot. You know, if something like that happens, we cringe, we relive it, we start cringing, we start blaming ourselves, and all you can do is say, "My heart was in the right place," and that gets you through it. That's all. Okay. Yes, they were okay. They were talking about. We still have 6 of you out there. Okay, that is my core. Is that the Breakfast Club? That's part of it. I think that's a good part of it right there. Is the club? Is the BC out there in this audience? I'm guessing that's a good part of it anyway. Um, but yeah, that's all we can do. Sometimes we have to be our own therapist. And that's what I would tell somebody in a situation like that with survivor's guilt. You have to just let them know. Think of your heart, where it was. Your intentions were pure. What else can you do with that? And that's all you really can do to work with it. Work with who you are. Okay. All right. I don't know. See where things go. There you go. There's a rabbit hole right there. All right. And then we go getting all empathetic and emotional all over again. I can't help it. Sometimes that's just where we lead. You know, the emotion starts coming out, and that's just some of this. That's what we talk about, right? But again, that's all part of emotional intelligence too. Yeah, because emotions are always going to want to pull you a certain way, but your logic has to supersede. Sometimes you have to troubleshoot and just use your common sense. Yeah, that's part of why. Yeah, you can't let your feelings get the better of you. There's got to be that balance. Maybe the fact that maybe the fact that I am this personality type is what really, you know, um, really got me past that whole thing. Yeah, it had to have been. I sometimes think about that. I mean, I just kind of came to that revelation. Look, not to say anybody else couldn't have done that. No, I'm not saying that, but I think that's what helped me out a lot is just having this kind of personality that you can actually be your own therapist. You know, because sometimes you hear about people ending up having to take depressants, and you hear about these people that go off and I need, they prescribe me medicine, medication, antidepressants because of something. Because I never did that. I thought I'll never do that. I'm going to face my problems. I'll never take a like a like a depressant like that. Look, listen, people sometimes might have to do that, but that's one thing I figured I'd never do. I mean, we got to be strong enough mentally and really come to grips with things. That's all that's really going to heal us. You know, you start taking the antidepressants, it's just kind of masking. All you're doing is just altering the chemicals in your brain, just kind of deadening the dopamine so you're not facing it. Just but it's not really resolved though. Nothing's resolved that way. So the only true way of resolving it is just finding some kind of clarity in yourself. Sometimes you got to forgive yourself too. That's all. I don't know how that ever happened. Okay. Okay, we have 7 watching though. And so that's okay. So how long have we been here so far? Oh my gosh. I've been here 4 hours already, people. I just crossed the 4-hour mark again. I tell you though, people, these live broadcasts just seem to say I got a late start anyway. I didn't start till like 10 o'clock at night. I was a later start. I'm kind of glad I don't care how late it is. I'm still glad that I got a chance to get out here anyway. Even though it was late, even though it was unannounced, and I'm still but part of it is yeah, we got the whole new technology working here as well. So that's good. All right. Um, well, I tell you what, people, I'm going to stick around to about 3 o'clock. How's that? All right. And then I'm going to call this. I'm going to wind this down, but I'm going to give this another half hour. All right. You know why? Just because I'm not ready to go yet, but I think it's 2:30 Eastern Standard Time right now, AM. That is. And if you're okay with me going till the top of the hour, and then we'll wind down this live broadcast. But that'll give us about 4.5 hours anyway. Vamp, what did you we got here? And when I did, they would bring up the wrong issue in my life. Oh, I was talking like appointments were never long enough, but even for starters to open to someone. I was talking appointments were never long enough. Uh, I believe so. I've done a lot of counseling and psychology. Oh, Vamp, I believe so. I've done a lot of counseling and psychology. And what I've noticed from is I've grown older and I've never really needed it. Oh, so you actually did counseling at some point in psychology? Is that right? You actually did that, huh? Oh, okay. See, that's interesting. So you had a little bit of background into that kind of thing. So you're probably just, I think that's one thing that you're probably very gifted at. I mean, after all, I mean, I think that's one thing that the INFJ personality type definitely excels at. I mean, you um and I can imagine that's why I said, I mean, I detect that, but I didn't know you actually had background. I figured maybe you did something, but then again, I can't assume anything, right? People all have different things that they do. So that's something then, huh? He saved a life. Yeah. So yes, and they were talking about it. I just sat them for a very long time. And I didn't know, but it was the same night I found out my youngest brother had the same thought. Now, did you lose your youngest brother? I thought you said you lost. Is that what happened? Did your youngest brother take his own life? Because I think I heard you say that one of your brothers is no longer with you. Is that the one you're talking about, Vamp? Yeah. I think that came about because I talked about no, he didn't. Oh, he didn't. Okay, I couldn't remember. I know you said you lost your mom back in like 2007. I knew that. But I thought you said you lost you didn't lose any siblings then? Maybe I misunderstood. I heard that from somebody else. I can't remember exactly. But he didn't though. That's good. I'm kind of glad that didn't only my parents. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I'm glad you cleared that up, you know. Um yeah, but I mean it is what it is, but it sounds like but like I said, you're in the right place at the right time, you know. Sometimes that those kind of things happen either way. But yeah, that's one thing I think we're very just gifted at. Something about that, you know, is that we're able to counsel. I mean, they call us the counselors for a reason, you know, for that. In fact, I think they just make very good natural therapists, natural counselors, anyway, and just the way they are, just naturally. It's an instinctive thing, you know. Yeah, I guess I haven't had, but the thing is, too, you think about it. I mean, we could be instinctive that way, but also being that you know we're introverted, sometimes we need that alone time to recharge from things because being a therapist can be very rewarding for being that, knowing that you're making a difference in people's lives. But also, you got to be very strong minded as well because that is also a draining thing, though. So that's one of those paradoxes right there. As gifted as an INFJ may be for that kind of role, yes, but they're also drained by that. You got to figure that's got to be, if you're dealing with people that are upset and they're confused and they're all of those things, and that's got to be very draining. You're picking up all these emotions. You have to be. This would actually really fortify your empathy in so many ways. You'd have to learn how you're detecting them. That would be actually a something that would you'd almost think that would prepare your empathy, like really strengthen it. Just knowing you have that and also knowing how to regulate it because you're getting practice all the time and feeling different emotions, feeling all these different things going on, but knowing there's a way of not absorbing them. This is where I've talked about this before. Empathy, I think, in the course of our life, it's up to us to understand how we use our empathy and how we can detect them and not absorb them. because it is the absorption of these emotions that drain us. Ultimately, that's where it's all coming from. I mean, especially and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we haven't regulated ourselves. You know, we absorb them, we start picking them up, we start taking them on as ours, and it drains us. Yeah. But I think there's got to be a way, though. I think that in the long run, I think we can develop a certain way we're immune to that kind of absorption, where we can start detecting without absorbing, without actually being drained, not in the same way, not be depleted. Maybe lessen it quite a bit. I mean, is there a way of completely doing that, being oblivious to it? I don't know. But I think it is up to us that we can regulate it and grow wise from that. Where because because honestly, I think that's the level I'm at right now. I feel like I've gotten to that point where I'm very aware of that. I never was before, but I think especially after knowing this type and knowing the empathy and actually having memories of many times in my life where I've detected it, where I've had it happen without knowing it. So I know it's there. But also knowing it, the integration of the shadow comes in. This is another thing too. Before the shadow is integrated, when we're still in that immature state, before the awakening state, before the integration state, because we're so wide open, and that's one of the signs right there. Now, integrating that shadow gives us that little bit of a kind of a protection in a sense. It kind of buffers us because we've intertwined that shadow side, which is just a little bit less compassionate, let's say, just a little bit more self-centered in a way. Yeah, just it is in a sense being self-centered. That's what that shadow integration is. Just a little more self-preserving, but being necessary for the fact that it's good for our health in a sense. It's good for us individually because yeah, now we're not reacting. I think that has a lot to do with your empathy as well. As you integrate your shadow, as you find that clarity in yourself and having that little bit of a self-centeredness, and your empathy is no longer so vulnerable. Okay, you're not being sucked into the turmoil as much because you've integrated. Think about that. That's all part of what Carl Jung was talking about right there. Okay. And I think I just steered into this as I'm talking. I'm kind of teaching myself as I'm going along here. It's almost like it's just happening. So that's part of what that is exactly. Okay. And that's exactly why that would be important. And I think that's the whole message as well. That's another reason why we need that. Okay. But that's all part of your wisdom. Yeah. We get Jethro, the personality pill. I also say we get drained from people who aren't using their logic, their logic correctly, like getting drained from other people's emotions. Well, yeah. If you're not using your logic correctly, well, sometimes I think, we live in a world now where, um, if you think about this too, Jethro, I think we are kind of conditioned in a lot of ways, socially conditioned to react to many things. We live in a culture right now that is very drawn on triggers. Yeah. And subliminal triggers. I mean, they're all around us. I mean, we are taught how to think, how to react in every a lot of different situations. I mean, even in school, certain triggers. I mean, I don't want to get into too many specifics, but there's a lot of wokeism out there. There's a lot of woke ideology, let's just say, that is over the top, where we're conditioned to accept many different absurd behaviors from people. Let's just say absurd concepts, and if you don't, then you're considered bigoted. hated. You see, it's almost like a, it's almost like a fascist style of thinking in a sense. You better believe it or else. Better react this way or else. So I think we're triggered by a lot of these things. But also, like you said about being, letting people drain them. I mean, by just allowing them their emotions to take over by reacting with like basically like fighting fire with fire in a sense. I mean, somebody gets angry and upset, calls you a bunch of things, and what do? You just come up with something even worse. You see, you got to come up with a better, more hateful insult than they just did. That's your response. See, it's almost like we're encouraged to do that instead of remaining stoic, instead of like actually rising above and being the bigger man. It's like a lot of times we see culture just encouraging that kind of thing all the time. You know, I mean, we see it in TV shows and we see it in movies. I mean, we just see it all around us. So like that's how you're supposed to react. But deep down, no, we're not supposed to. We're supposed to be able to rise above that and not let these emotions affect us. Okay. We are supposed to be smarter than that and be the bigger man, be the bigger person for that matter, you know? But that's a good point though, Jethro. Okay. This one dude doing a live called me a B word. Okay, I won't say a B word. BC. I didn't go to the page and like all his and I didn't go to his page and like all his videos. Uh oh, so you do there was a guy doing a live and he called you a B word? Oh, not very nice. That's not very nice. Were you what were you doing? Why would he say that? What did you do to I mean, did you say something that got him to say that? I mean, I'm just asking. You didn't just do that out of the blue. I mean, did you say something or I don't know, whatever it is. Either way, I mean, you can't really control everybody. Listen, somebody called up, not called up, excuse me, a few months ago, maybe over a month ago. I had some callers call in, not a caller. Somebody was texting on the live things about feeling superior over people and feeling this like she was better than people and I said, "What do you mean? Would you think that?" And I basically said, "From what you're sounding like, I mean, you sound delusional." I just said that sounds like delusion right there. Anytime somebody puts themselves up higher than anybody else, just because that's delusion, And then, I mean, I didn't say the B word, but I mean, it was just that's. I mean, there was some other things that was said in there too. But yeah, then she ended up retracting every single message. There was a bunch of messages in there. She went back and retracted everything. Like she didn't want to exist there anymore, like just erasing everything. So, but I mean, sometimes people say stupid stuff. I don't know what was being said, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe if he was out of line, yeah, he shouldn't have done that. I mean, should have had a little more class than that, I guess. But and usually I just scroll. Okay. I told him I only see his lives pop-ups in my feed, not his videos. I see. How rude. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of rude, isn't it, Jethro? Yeah, that's definitely a bit rude, no doubt. Um, yeah, like I mean, like I said, I've had a few people say things. I usually laugh people off. Sometimes I get people trolling me. Not too much now. Not tonight. There's been other nights where it's been more trollish, like last week, excuse me. Tons of trolls coming in and just saying things like slurring, "Hey, you look gay, you look this," and yeah, the people. I'm just laughing it off. What are you gonna do? You know. But there was a bunch of them last week doing that, and all I can do is I just try to laugh about it and yeah, whatever. You know. I mean, I'm not going to report people. All I can do is just, I figure, like I said, the hecklers in the crowd. There's always a heckler, and there's always somebody scribbling something on the bathroom wall. Remember, I said that last week too. That's all that is. Lesh, the person that sounds like they need a reality check. Welcome to real world and not realistics on clicks for views. All right. Okay. If videos pop or on my feed, okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, you would think that. I mean, I've even heard like radio callers. I mean, sometimes now listen, I don't know what happened, and I don't know the exchanges went on, but I mean, I've even heard like talk shows, like radio talk show hosts in the past, and sometimes they call up and whether it's political. I mean, sometimes I listen to political radio, not so much now. I'm not that here. This station is not that, but I've heard people call up and they don't sound very intelligent when they have an opposition. Maybe they just react out of anger or like emotion without logic. And usually, and I mean, I've heard radio shows call people like, you're like you're an ass, or or you're. I've heard that happen, but sometimes it's deserved. It's like they say things that are so absurd. I've heard things being so absurd, things so like out off the wall occasionally. Now I don't know what happened, but I'm not condemning it. I'm not condoning anything, but I know that occasionally I've heard radio shows do that only because the people doing it, is making comments is so off the wall. He is homeless guy. Oh, he is a homeless guy that streams live, and I guess he makes music. It's what he says he does. Oh, so is homeless? Is he like the guy? He's the guy who lives down by the river in a van kind of guy. And so he streams. So he's got enough money to go stream on YouTube, but he's got no money to live in a house. I mean, is this like, yeah, but is that his job now? I mean, is he streaming to make money? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I suppose it could happen, but still, I mean, you'd think he'd focus more on getting a place to live, right? If he's homeless. Yeah. Well, don't worry about it then. I mean, if that's what it is, he sounds kind of like he's a loser then, right? I mean, that's what it sounds like. If he's, streaming, he's homeless, but he streams. It's like you got to take priority first. I mean, that's what I would think. Vamp, yeah, he usually sounds like he's subscribed. He usually sounds like and subscribes, although he uses his phone and says he needs people to help his algo, I guess. Oh, I see. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's just like I said, just you know, some people, like I said, that's just what they do, right? You know, they are so. But I guess anybody can scream. Anybody can have a YouTube channel. I mean, it's just what draws in somebody from having a YouTube channel versus somebody else. I mean, it's just all about the content. The message has to be good. This is one thing I've noticed in my own standpoint. All I said was have a good message, speak from my heart. Just speak your mind and just be yourself. Um, I think that's all we can really do. That's what I said I was gonna do. I can't speak for how everybody runs their YouTube channel, but I think that's how you get an audience. I think a lot of us on this live right now, I think that's what you're attracted to is just that's what it is. Not to mention the subject. I mean, there has to be a good message there, right? Right? That's all. But if he's always begging for algorithms and stuff, hey, listen, I ask for subscribers too. I mean, typically, I mean, on my videos, I mean, I think that's almost a standard line. You know what I mean? You want people to like your video, subscribe, and leave comments. It's a standard thing to do that. But you know, but, sounds like he's trying to make money, but the thing is about YouTube though, it certainly isn't instantaneous. I mean, you can't just like, it's not like getting a job, it's like you gotta lay down seeds. That's what I've been doing for a year. That's all you because you gotta have certain requirements, certain thresholds, and certain, watch time, subscribers, things like that, so it takes a while, and some people have it in, like, a couple months, couple weeks. Other times it takes people years to get. to get in there, right? It really does. And that's what I'm finding out too. Hey, it's been almost 1 year since I've started this. Matter of fact, just so you people know. Oh, by the way, I actually don't know what day it is. I think I checked on my very first video. I went back in my archives and I looked at my inaugural video. I believe it was June 8th of last year was my first video. So that's the anniversary of the first year of this channel. It'll be that's the first. Well, put it this way: that was the first year of the INFJ, the first of the INFJ experience. Put it that way. I actually, I actually started this channel sometime earlier. Like I established it back in like 2020. If you look on like when it says I started this channel, it's a date in 2020. But all I did was like load up a couple of videos. I didn't have like a steady channel. I wasn't like doing that. I just loaded up. I didn't really know what YouTube was. I thought, oh yeah, I threw a couple videos on there. And then I didn't touch the thing for like a long time. I just kind of let them float there. There was only like like one or two videos, off wall videos. And then I decided to start the channel, and that's when I revamped the thing. I think I got rid of those. I think I think I deleted those first two videos, and then I just started the experience. But it's been a year since the experience started. It'll be June 8th. Actually, I'll have to make sure that depending on what day that falls on, I will have to make a maybe a 1 year anniversary live broadcast. You know, I have to have another. I need another reason, another excuse to have another live broadcast. How about that? Another milestone, the first year anniversary of the experience. There you go. How do you like that one? I'll have to come up with the best closest day to June 8th as far as being on a weekend. Because I mean, if it falls on a weekday, I mean, it's not going to happen. But maybe the closest day on that weekend, we'll do a live broadcast, and I'll make sure I put that down on the description. The first year anniversary. All right, there you go. We'll have to do that, huh? So anyway, okay. So what do you got, Lish? My ex-husband had a sister that would fight with everyone on her lives. LOL. So she did tarot and would call people cheap or broke if they didn't donate. Oh gosh. Well, that's kind of like just yeah, that's almost like gaslighting and bullying to get donations. Yeah, that doesn't usually bode too well, though, does it? Yeah, June 8th is a Monday. Okay, so what we'll have to thank you, Jethro. Thank you for that information. I wanted to say, we'll have to make it maybe for either June 6th or June 7th. Oh, it'll have to be that weekend before. I'll just make the announcement. Say, yeah, this is it won't be on that actual Monday, but yeah, that weekend before. Okay. But like I said, I'll put it in the descriptions that's what this is. That'll be the year anniversary. So, and but I must say that I mean, after a year, I mean, finally, I mean, things are going on. Things are happening. Things have evolved in the channel. I think I'm up to like 200 and I mean, altogether with all the shorts, all the live streams, the videos, all the everything. I think I've got about 267 videos. It's something like that. I mean, that's quite a few. That's quite a few. I mean, listen, I got to admit though, people, some videos are good, some are like okay. I don't think everything's like a home run. I mean, listen, I think I could use some improvement in my style, you know. But that's okay. But that's part of what it is. I mean, I try to speak my mind. I try to come up with subjects as far as that goes. But I think one of my greatest I like these lives better than anything because this is very ad lib. I speak my mind and it's going right out there. It's just unfiltered and it's there, you know. That's but I noticed that the lives seem to really have been taken off, as far as just watch time and things like that. All right. Well, people, I did say I was going to stick around to 3 o'clock in the morning and I was going to wind this thing down. I went another half hour and I'm about 2 minutes away. So that's what we're going to do. Well, listen, I'm sure I would have a weekend live anyway that weekend, but I'll just have to make sure that that weekend of the 8th, will I will make sure that it is sold as the anniversary broadcast that week. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. Well, thank you very much for another amazing live. Well, thank you, Vamp, for showing up. I want to thank you all for showing up. My wonderful breakfast club out there. All you little misfits out there that just island of misfit toys. We all seem to find some kind of camaraderie in with each other. Okay. So I want to thank you so much for showing up. And listen, yeah, thank you for supporting the channel and being there and enjoying what we got. And all I can do is just say, all I can do is say, I enjoy myself, people. I really genuinely do. I enjoy I enjoy talking on the mic and just doing what I'm doing. And you know, I really like this microphone. This boom arm is awesome. I got to admit, it's just so cool. I look at the boom, I'm like, man, this is nice, and a little camera guy. But I want to thank you so much for showing up. I really do. So I'm sure next weekend, next Saturday night, maybe I can get back to a regular schedule. And not only that, listen, people, I'm going to try to make these improvement. Now, I'm going to try to do some different things. All right. And if I finally do get the I just actually uh, applied for the partners program, which I've qualified for, and I'll be getting maybe in another couple of weeks. I might even qualify for the next branch of that. But for right now, as it unfolds, I may add something to the description on my main page. Maybe about helping out things like that, monetarily. I hate having to do that. I don't like to sound like that, but also I'd like to offer merchandise. So ultimately, I'd like to think I can maybe find a store that maybe design some slogans on T-shirts and hoodies, and things like that, just to maybe get some like merchandise. So that's kind of where I'm steering. I know I've talked about that before, but again, things I have to learn about how to do it and find out what connections to get these avenues down. It's all a big learning process. Okay. So, but anyway, that these are some of the things I plan on doing. I'm just telling you because I have plans. Go figure. I got plans, you know what I mean? But these are things I want to do. All right. But until then, yeah, I'll keep you posted on that. When that happens, you'll be the first ones I let know. I promise. You will be the ones I let know first. Okay? My wonderful friends out there. I want to tell you. Okay, well, thank you so much for showing up, people. I want to thank you all. And until the next time, have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you again. All right. Okay, good night. Thank you.